All right, all right, all right. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Rough Life and Scrooge, thank you for the very early subs. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. No, I was just finishing the tier list thingy for the Banlist Discussion. I might have missed some cards because I did it this morning, and I was kind of low on time. But we can talk about it before we do the discussion if I missed any cards, but yeah. Anyways, welcome to the stream, everybody. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? As a Master Duel World Champion, can you help me decide my next tattoo? I can't decide between these two. The top one. All right. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just suffering the I'm suffering the heat as always these last couple days. It's not something that I'm very good with, you know, heat in general. There's like people that are very good with it that really enjoy it. I'm like the type of person that's like, you know, I'm not very good with it, but it is what it is. All right. The plan today is relatively simple because there's only two things on the agenda. I think it's still going to be a good stream and it's probably going to fill the entire 5 hours because I've been away from the TCG, from Duelist Nexus Format since forever. But the two things we're going to do today is we're going to look at Duelist Nexus Format. We're going to analyze Duelist Nexus Format, what's going on, how the new decks are performing. Because I'm not going to lie, I was really, really excited for Duelist Nexus Format. And I was kind of, you know, I had to focus on Master Duel for the World Championships, of course. But I was really eager to try and see what happens in Duelist Nexus Format because there's a lot of stuff in Duelist Nexus, and I thought was really cool. So we're gonna do that today. We're gonna watch some deck profiles, look at some combos, maybe build some decks ourselves, see how the decks work, all that good stuff. Before we're also gonna do a little bit of a ban list discussion. Because I do think that a ban list is due. I don't exactly remember when we got the last one. I think it was May. So like 3 months or something. I think it's about time. I think everyone is fed up with Kashtira at this point. So I think it's time we have the talk again. I think it's time we have the talk again. It might not happen before the tins, Toast Boot. It might not happen before the tins, but the tins are in 2 weeks, right? The tins are in just 2 weeks. So I mean, maybe it happens right after the tins. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, yeah. When is the next deck doctor discussion? I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't planned it yet, but maybe. Maybe I can make one happen soon. Yeah, maybe. Are you at YCS Dortmund? I will be at YCS Dortmund. Yes, I will be participating at YCS Dortmund. The preparation for YCS Dortmund will also begin relatively soon because we have what is it? Just over a month for it. Just over a month for YCS Dortmund. The thing is, the weird thing about preparing for a YCS is when you don't know if there's going to be a ban list or not, it can feel kind of pointless to start testing, right? Because if you start testing now, it's going to be like, you have to prepare for Kashtira in the format, but I'm pretty sure if we do get a ban list, that Kashtira is not going to be a thing in the format, right? And so that's always weird. But okay, before we get into any of that, we need to guess some cards. We need to guess some cards for the warm-up, and then we will jump right into Duelist Nexus Format. I think that sounds good. All right, let's go. Ooh, this looks familiar. Yeah. Chewbone. Monster Rebone? Rebone. Ooh, this looks like a Laval card, but I'm not very good with those. It is a Laval. There's a lot going on this card. What is that? Revendred Evolution. There's too much going on that card. That might be Dreamer. No? Dark Angel then? I'm getting Destiny Hero vibes. Am I wrong? I am wrong. Oh, it's Dragon Pit. Oh, what is the cat called? Oh god. Catnipped Kitty? Okay. Catnipped Kitty. Nope. Detonate Deleter. No shot. This might be Diamond Crab King. Please? Yeah. Oh. Oh, this is something Parshath. Sanctum of Parshath? Nice. I guessed that. I didn't know that. X Rofa, Jan, and Fireboy. Thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate you guys. What the hell is that? DD Proud Ogre? Oh, another Parshath. I think Neo Parshath? Yeah. Rose Fairy. Oh, this is Nephthys. But I have to I Chronicler, no. Matriarch, okay. Whenever I see a horse, I'm thinking Valkyrie. Oh, I guessed the right one first. That never happens. Cyber Valley. One of the coolest cards ever printed. Miracle Fusion. This is like the Gen X and this is an Eteria, but I don't know what the hell they have to do on the same card. Synchro Gift. Oh, this is another Laval. I think so. Yep. This is a Salamangrate. It might be Volvi or Coyote. I think it's the Coyote. Yeah. Okay, this is Neos, but what Neos card is it? Is that Brave Neos? Oh, it's Core. Oh no, it's just Elemental Hero Core. All right. Too many Core cards. This one I don't know. What is that art style? Is that Ancient Warriors? Hollow Giants. Oh, the old, very old card. Oh, the Wolf. What is it called? Oh, man. Twin-headed? Yeah, it might be that. It might be that. Twin-headed wolf, yeah. Is this the Dragon Soldiers? Dragon Twin Soldiers or something like that? Oh, I'm not sure what it's called. I've seen it 1000% physical double. Not the card I was thinking of, but I've seen this one too. Oh. I've also seen this. Oh, Lord Poison. Yeah, Lord Poison. Lord Poison! This is a vanilla with a relatively long name, I think. Yeah. There's like there's no shot I was ever gonna guess. I remember that. I want to say this is a Gizmek. It is a Gizmek. I'm choking on the old cards today, which is not usual because this is also a very old vanilla. But I just don't remember these names of those old vanillas. Normally I'm good with those. This is a ritual spell. Um, or not? Is it not? Curse of Fiend. Is that a ritual spell? The hell is going on here? Okay. I have never seen it. It's probably an Abyss actor. Yeah. Oh, this is Tyrant Wing? No, Tyrant. Oh, not Tyrant. Temius. You guys are right. It's Temius. Yeah, I mixed it up. I mixed it up. My bad. What is happening? Oh, I was confused because of the what I saw, but oh, flute. Oh, is this thingy? Of course not. Long rods. Yeah. Goblinberg. Digital bug, but I have no idea which one is which. Is this one of the fossil? Is this a fossil? Skull bone, you say? All right. Oh, this is it's a tamer, right? Shirley? Zeframpilica? Okay. These are so hard to guess, dude. The Gusto and Ritual Beast stuff. Thank you, Subtroop. Appreciate that. DD guide? Yeah. I've so many. It's crazy how many cards I've just never seen before. Okay, this is a Performa Pal. The thing is, I've already zoomed in too much. We're not getting any points. Yeah, Salute Tiger. Sometimes literally 4 or 5 cards in a row that I've just never seen before. And I've seen a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in my life. Okay, this looks like a... Oh, this is... Oh yeah, this one I have seen. Twist Cobra. This is an agent. Neptune? Yeah. No, that's not what it's called. It's like we've had this one a lot. Yeah, Earthbound. Dark Mimic. One. H Dragon Kaiser, welcome back. Thank you. Chron Is that Chronomaly background? No. Oh, is that a Sky Scourge? The new Sky Scourge? No. Eska? Oh, it's a Dark Lord. Okay. My bad. This is a Boral. I want to say... Wait, this is Abzo? Really? Holy shit, it's Abzo. I've never looked at this card in detail. I would not have guessed that. I thought it was some Borrelord link. Bro, today... I'm not even mad that today's round is bad, because, like, literally, most of those cards I've just not seen in my life before. Like, it's just not something I've ever... Okay, this is a desk bot. 8. Nope. 9. Nope. 2. Nope. 4. Nope. 3. Nope. 5. 5. Fog. Schmidt. Oh! This one I know. It's a vanilla from back in the day. Oh my god. It's called Tiki something. Tiki Elder. Okay. This is called Chaos Necromancer. No? Oh, I think it's a trap card. No, it's not. Oh, I was close. I remembered the chaos part, but I mixed it up with another one. This is a Scareclaw. Acro? Yeah. Is this one of the Pikerus? This one, maybe? Princess Pikeru? Yeah. This is Cosmo Wicked Witch. Yeah. Wicked. Okay. Not the best round, but I don't feel too bad about this. This one was, I mean, look, hey, there's 1,000 cards in here that I've never seen before in my life. That has nothing to do with being washed, all right? It has nothing to do with being washed. Nick Knock, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. We might try some Chimera. We might look at Chimera branded today. I don't know if we're gonna play much with it, but we're probably gonna look at it today. Yeah, I plan on looking at most of the stuff from Duelist Nexus. I plan on looking at today. But not before we've guessed this card. Okay, chat. Big effect monster. Big effect monster. Pancratops is a no. That not does not have enough defense. Big effect monster. Let me pick. I'm thinking of. I'm trying to think of an earth monster. We can use Fenrir. Yeah, we can use Fenrir. All right. Even bigger than that. Even bigger than that, and it's not just an effect monster. It's not just an effect monster. It has one other trait. Could be a fusion synchro, maybe. Is there a really big Shadol fusion that we can use? Hold up. El Shadol. But it has to be from like... No, it can't be that. Okay, well, let's think of a synchro. Stardust? Stardust. It can't be Stardust Warrior because of 2015. Baron? Baron has the same defense as Fenrir. Does not work. Crystal Wing? Maybe there's a Crystal Wing we can use. Oh. Crystal Wing Synchro Drag. It's level. Wait, no. Level 9. A level 9 or 10 Synchro. Wind. I don't want to look at chat because surely this is not that hard. Surely this is not that hard. Is there a Clear Wing maybe? No. This one, right? Oh, come on. Oh, it's not a dragon. It's not a dragon. Speedroid? High speed. High speedroid. What else is there? No, it's not Wolfra yet. I mean, Cosmo Blazer or whatever it's called is probably a dragon, right? What's it even called? God damn it. Do I just really not know this? I don't think I know it. Or like I might know it and I just might not be able to think of it. Iowato and Rods, thank you for the primes. Appreciate you guys. Okay, I give up. What is it? Okay. Chad already had it. Chad already had it. I did not know this was a thing. That's why. Like I thought Alexander was a level 7 synchro. I didn't know they had a second form of it. I did not know there was a second form of the Alexander because the original Alexander is a level 7 synchro, right? Yeah. Anyways. Oh, it's frustrating because I think I have seen this somewhere before. It was probably guessable. Well, anyways. All right. Warm-up is done. Warm-up is done. Welcome everybody to the stream. Assemble, everybody. Assemble. Get ready for some TCG content. Finally, dude. Focusing on Master Duel so much in the last couple of, like, weeks. I am missing my TCG. I am missing my dear friend, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Even though Master Duel format was also very fun. I'm gonna be honest. Master Duel Worlds format and Worlds testing and stuff was also really fun. I was really looking forward to getting into Duelist Nexus and stuff. But now it is finally time to look at Duelist Nexus. And now, the main resource we're going to use today, before we move on to a ban list discussion, because that's the other thing I want to do. That's the other thing I want to do today is like a ban list discussion, because I think we are in the universe again where it's like about that time to talk about a potential ban list. I'm not sure if it's going to happen right away. Probably not right away, but at some point in the next couple weeks, you know, in the next couple weeks. I'm not sure if they want to drop it before they drop the megatins, right? That's like the number one thing I always hear when I say ban list discussion. People are like, do you really think it's going to happen before the megatins? And I'm like, I'm not sure. It's possible that like it's possible that they want to wait until the megatins have released, right? Because you want to sell the reprints and stuff like that, and then drop the ban list after. Which makes sense, because to my knowledge, the set that like Darkwing Blast and Photon Hypernova will be part of the megatins, right? They will be part of the megatins, which means that, you know, Cash Tira cards are in the megatins, right? Oh, Hypernova not? Ooh, interesting. I did not know that. I did not know Photon Okay, I just spread misinformation. I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I did not know Photon Hypernova wasn't. That's Photon Hypernova is so long ago. Really? That's not in the tins? Darkwing Blast is the last set. Okay. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So that means hypothetically, if they ban a Rise Heart, it'll be banned before it ever got a reprint. That's interesting to note, but all right. Either way, Power of the Elements is not either? Wait, Power of the Elements is not in it? Why? So Power of the Elements was never in any Megatin? Because it wasn't in last year's. Some Pota cards are in there. Power of the Elements was never confirmed. Okay. Man, I've been out of the loop, in case you haven't noticed. I've been so focused on Master Duel, I literally did not take part in any of these discussions the last couple of weeks. I am completely out of it. It's like, yeah. Konami wants you to forget about Power of the Elements. I mean, to be fair, there is very little about Power of the Elements that would still be an interesting reprint, right? You could argue, okay, Sprite cards are an interesting reprint, but only before a potential ban list, depending on what they do. Kurikara is a good point. Kurikara and Garura, okay, fair enough. There's look, when I think Power of the Element, I'm thinking of freaking Sprite and Tier, and then I forgot, like, I just forgot for a second how busted of a set it was. That like even the not so good cards in Power of the Elements were still insane, right? I forgot that for a second. My bad. I forgot how busted Power of the Elements was. Yeah, because it also came with like other stuff. Ultimate Slayer is neat, but like it's sadly never really taken off in TCG. But yeah. Anyways. All right. That aside, all I wanted to say is we're gonna have a ban list discussion later today, because whether it happens in 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, the format I don't think is going to change a whole lot until we get a new ban list. So I think it's a good time to have a ban list discussion. Before I do that, though, I want to look at the current format, because like I said, I have not played the format after Duelist Nexus yet. So in order to make a good ban list discussion, I need to know what kind of impact the new sets had on the format. And so we're going to spend a good time today looking at new stuff from the last couple of regionals that happened, you know. I'm interested in, before we even hop in, I have not looked at any decks yet. I want to see how decks like Manadium, Synchros, like Synchron, Pearly, Rescue Ace, decks that have received significant support in Duelist Nexus, how these decks have entered the metagame, if they have at all. Unchained, good point. Unchained, Chimera cards, Infernobles. There's a lot of stuff in Duelist Nexus that I think has the potential to be playable either maybe before or after a potential ban list. And so I want to see if any of them managed to get some decent results in the current format with Kashtira still around. And then also, there's a very small chance that there's like a... I mean, I don't know if there's anything possible with the new Legendary Duelist set that came out, what is it, last week or something? We haven't opened the box of that yet, by the way. I have to check where that is, but the new Salad support, when I read it for the first, I don't hate the new Salad cards, but I don't know if it's good enough to perform at all. Volcanic is tier 1, you should catch up. Well, apparently I do really need to do some catching up, so you know, that's what we're doing. Also, Atum Master and Caddis, thank you guys so much for the subs. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support. Welcome back. All right. With that being said, the resource we're going to use today is a spreadsheet that was shared on my Discord server. !Discord if you want to take part in the Discord server. I think it's Super Peludo's spreadsheet, who is also the one that did like the amazing like Earth Machine spreadsheet work and stuff like that. So yeah, there's like a spreadsheet metagame now, by the way. It's like there's like a Lampy, Super Peludo, and I think Septo is also added again. Like the freaking spreadsheet meta has significantly changed in the last couple weeks, which is great. More data is always good. All right. I'm just gonna sort this by deck names, and then take a small. First, let's take a little look at the overall results. Let me go to the other side. Verschrieben, thank you for the sub. Post Duelist Nexus regional tops, week number 1. Who makes a pie chart and then does not sort it by size? That is a crazy thing to do. Anyways, Kashtira. This is not something to maul about. It's the most represented deck. I mean, look, who was expecting it not to be? That's like, you know, it is the best deck, the second best deck, or the second most represented deck in regional tops in the first week at least. Seems to be Pearly. And that is also expected, honestly. I personally am a big fan of the Pearly deck. I think it's a very cool deck. The only thing I don't like about Pearly is the fact that it has this kind of like towers-esque approach to it, you know, like where like one of its boss monsters is just a towers. I don't like that. But the whole everything else about Pearly I'm a big fan of. So I can look past that. For Kashtira, I don't feel the need to look at any deck profiles. For Pearly, I am intrigued how they have incorporated the new XYZ monster into the deck. Are people running multiple of the trap cards, or are you just playing one? Because there's good reasons for both. Wait, why is this an Altergeist? Okay, which one do we watch? This first place one does not have a deck profile, sadly. I mean, yeah, let's just do this one. Let's do this one.
Bortle here at the 2023 Dune Regional. My goodness, at Fort Worth, Texas. With whoa, please introduce yourself to the world, man.
Name's Kai Nguyen. Yeah, top the regional. Got third.
Oh, welcome back on the channel, man. What deck?
Kitties.
Kitties.
Pearly.
My goodness. Before we see the deck profile, any shoutouts, man?
Shout out to Omega Gaming, best store in Houston. Just check it out where you have a chance. Shout out to Dominic Couch for the tips. Wherever you activate this one, if you the first two like miss, just say good kitty and the third one's gonna hit.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and shout out to the D-Boys chat.
Okay. Sweet. Without further ado, please show us the top 8 goo.
So just standard Pearly. Played 3 Pearly, 3 Pearl Lily. Self-explanatory. It's like the only.
This card, when I saw it in Ultimate Rare, I was kind of disappointed by it. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I feel like the ulti on Pearl Lily doesn't feel that great. Because it just doesn't have a lot going on in the it doesn't have a lot going on in the background and stuff. It's not like it's a very plain thingy, right? I haven't seen one IRL. But like it's just it's not bad, right? It doesn't look bad. It still looks fine. It's just like there's other ultis where I look at it, I'm like, yo, that's crazy, and this one's just like, you know,
monster of the engines. This XYZ from hand, this XYZ from the graveyard. Yeah, they're insane. Engine still 3 my friend, 3 pretty, 3 happy, 3 sleepy, 1 delicious because it's at 1, and 3 fuel spell.
Ooh, 3 fuel
This card's
spells.
really good in the mirror, and it's really good going second. So you can just try to OTK them with the happy and delicious combo.
I don't hate this. I think the field spell is pretty neat.
Without like being targeted. So it's really good. And of course the trap.
Okay, 1 trap. 1 trap.
To rank up.
Nice.
I do think this is probably correct to just play the 1 leap. Yeah, it's most likely correct. I kind of like the idea of getting more value out of the rank 2, like the new Noir. But at the end of the day, this card is now super searchable. So why would you play more than 1? The card is once per turn anyways. So even if you do get multiples off on turn 1, you don't really get to use them. I mean, the max you can do is probably 2. I don't think I would do 3.
For non-engine, my main it's just make to beat the mirror and Castira. So I'm in 6 books of moons. They're really good going first or second. Yeah, I came clutch a lot today. To increase consistency. It's just a good card to have. Shout out to Hervey for making me play this card. He's came in clutch. I take like XYZ and Zeus, and I just win from there.
Oh my.
Hand traps, just standard 3 draw. Best hand trap of the format right now. It's only just again lap.
Droll, yeah, it's like that's like one of my least favorite parts of the format is that it's like it seems to be a droll format. It seems to be a droll and lockbird format, which is annoying.
It's like crazy against everything else. Ash and imprint.
Okay. What's the main account?
41 sadly. I try to cut it to 40, but every card seems like really good. So.
Oh, speaking of tactics, were anyone able to take your XYZ with theirs?
With theirs?
Yeah.
Like
to make their own Zeus?
I got tactic once, but at that point it doesn't even matter because I got the book in my hand. I draw off like the standby phase draw, so I can book their Zeus, so then I can continue to play in my turn. So.
Okay. Cool.
Extra, just standard anima, Azalea. Some people play the agent, but this came up way more just to attack over a big monster, you know.
Did you link the spreadsheet in the chat? Oh yeah, I need to update the command. Hold up, I'm doing that. I'm doing that real quick so you guys can get the spreadsheet. This is spreadsheet. Let me just update the link. Give me a second. It's also pinned on the Discord server. If you go to TCG General, it was pinned yesterday. You can just go to the pinned comment. But I will also update the command for you. Up. There you go. Update your sub goal. Oh shit, did we hit a sub goal? Oh, we did hit a sub goal. Why didn't no one tell me? You guys probably did. I missed it. I'm sorry. I'm updating the sub goal. Next goal, 1K to the moon. It also means we will be enjoying a remix right now. There we go. Okay, the spreadsheet command has been updated. So if you're looking for the link to the spreadsheet, you can just go !spreadsheet in chat and you will receive it. And we'll watch the rest of this deck profile
Early
fading.
cards, 2 Nor, 2, and a 1-ups. Yeah, just standard. These, Slacker, Downerd, and 2 Zeus.
Very nice.
Yeah, as I stated, I make my deck to beat Castillo and the Mirror, so...
Looks like a very standard extra deck, but honestly, purely you don't have that much room.
3 more outs for the Mirror. Castillo for like fusion decks, light and dark decks. Back row hate. I play like 2 Labyrinth today, and this card works like insane. I lightning storm like 2 Labyrinth people.
Oh my.
They're just scoops, yeah. And barrier for the mirror and fusion decks.
Okay, sweet. Well, hey man, thanks again, and congrats on top 8.
Thank you. Shout out to Border. Thanks for the deck profile.
Okay, yes. On that note, everyone, board on.
All right, purely. Oh. Purely doesn't seem that exciting in terms of the deck building. It's like most of it is just staples. I think Purely is one of those decks. Purely is one of those decks that just I think the major part of like the skill in Purely is more in like how you pilot it rather than how you build it. Is what the impression that I'm getting. It's like, of course you have decisions to make in deck building for Purely. You know, like there's a couple non-engine slots you get to fill. You get to decide, you know, how many traps do you play, how many field spells do you play. But for the most part, you have a solid, I want to say like 30 card baseline that you just have to play like that, and then the rest is just non-engine. But yeah, still, you know, good to confirm what's going on with Purely. What is another Rescue Ace? How's Rescue Ace been doing? There's a Rescue Ace list from Ryan Levine. Let me see that. Okay, it's not a deck profile, sadly, but Rescue Ace. Okay. 2 Turbulence, 2 Preventer, 3 Hydrant, 3 Airlifter, a Fire Engine, 1 Attacker, 3 Impulse, 3 Ash, 3 Droll, 1 Regulus. Is there a way? Oh yeah, we can make Merrymaker to search the Regulus, I suppose. But this deck, it looks like it does kind of have the same issue as Purely in terms of deck building. It's like it seems very straightforward, but also very similar decisions here. It's worth noting that the first two decks we look at, they make the almost very same decisions in terms of like 3 Ash, 3 Droll, 3 Imperm, and then books. Right, this list only has room for 3 books. The other list had room for all 6 books, but like it's just the exact same non-engine in the first 2 lists I'm looking at. How is Rescue Ace a real deck? I'm not sure how good Rescue Ace is in the TCG. I think it's very solid in the OCG. Like if I remember correctly, it's currently the most successful deck in the OCG. I heard from some OCG players that they like it because it is very good against Max C. It doesn't special summon as much. So I'm not sure. They also do have the Diabellstar engine, yeah, which changes, of course, a little bit. Wolfbane and Castania Lover, thank you guys for the subs. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Fountain to 2 was already so painful for my deck. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Do not hit them anymore. Okay, people are spamming Chimera branded. Okay, there's a lot of Chimera branded. Is this the reason, by the way? I'm genuinely curious because I have no idea why this is happening. Give me a second. This is absolutely crazy to me. This is absolutely crazy to me. Like, are that many people hyped on Chimera branded right now? That is insane. How is this random ultra rare from freaking Duelist Nexus worth more than like almost all the other secret rares combined? How? Okay, let's see what that's about. Let's find out what that's about. Top 4. Oh, Runic. Runic? Chimera? Oh, we're also looking at that. Okay, no, this is just the summary. Come on, I want one deck profile. I don't want a breakdown. There's no Chimera Runic deck profile? Chimera branded? Go to Septo spreadsheet. All right, hold up. Wait. How is the breakdown so different? I like this spreadsheet more. It seems more, it's easier to look at. This one is just, this one overwhelms me. This one is more, this one is easier to my eyes. I will go back to Septo. All right.
What's up, guys? We're here with Jordan. He got first place today at the regionals. What were you playing today?
I played
Bro, you sound sped up.
Chimera branded.
Branded, best deck, obviously, as always. Any shout out you want to give today?
Shout out to my team, Dylan, Angus, Josh, Brad, JT, all the guys for supporting
Yo, we got a
me.
shout out. Let's
Shout
go.
out to the Bathurst guys that I came up with, Michael Roussel, Picard, James. Shout out to my girlfriend, and yeah, we got another top and first place again.
First place, that's crazy, crazy. Congratulations. New season as well.
Yep.
So nice new invite, fresh off the press. And before we dive in, over to like, comment, subscribe, and well, let's show us these branded fusions.
All right, so
As bad of a card freaking Nightmare Magician is, I personally think the mat looks kind of cool. I think the artwork on it is cool. It's a shame it's so bad. It's a shame it's such a bad card. Also, they changed the font and everything, right? The logo of the World Championship qualifier. It's not a circle anymore. It's now a triangle, and the font is different. All right, I like it. Some fresh air into the design. Don't hate it.
start with one of the best hand traps right now. So I main deck 3 Droll. Sometimes
I'm noticing a pattern. I'm noticing a pattern in this format, which I am not a big fan of.
choices can conflict because of Guardian Chimera during their turn, but like most decks that you're dropping this against, it's just pretty much an auto win. And I wanted a hand trap that was like one of the best to draw off of Guardian Chimera after the fact as well. And this card was just really good today. I must have used it like at least 4 or 5 times. So then we're going to get into the engine. So 3 Cornfield. This is standard. This searches anything in your deck, basically.
Crazy card.
This is the one that you discard to search, right?
3 Mirror Sword Knight, also one of the best cards.
People are playing that at 2, and I think it's definitely at, or some people are even playing at 1 of. I think it's definitely at 2 or 3.
No, I think these both have to be at 3. Like, yeah, they kind of play in control, but like, you got to get your engine going, and like, you need to see these cards as much as possible. They're 1 card full combos. So then I played 3 Gazelle. Some people play 2. I think that's incorrect as well. You always want more materials. Plus, this is another starter, worst case, to get your fusion spell or your Baphomet. And then we played 2 Baphomet. I tried 3. 3 is a hard brick. You do need the second one, unfortunately, for an engine requirement, but this card says search 2, which is insane. And then we're going to get into the supplementary engines. So I played 2 Edge of Chain. This could have been a 3 of, but
Patchwork.
Also plays in
Is
the draw,
Patchwork back?
2 is fine, and it gives you the extra materials because it's a fiend. Discarding this off of so many things was also really good. And then we played 2 Albaz and 1 Kid. So this is searchable off of Baphomet because it's a level 4 beast. It helps you extend and give you a branded fusion for follow-up as well, so which is why I played the second Albaz. You could arguably cut both of these and play 3 branded fusion, 1 Albaz, but I really like the additional here to give more power.
It's also risky.
And then the last 2, I played 1 Gamma, 1 Driver.
Why this? Why this?
Yeah.
What's up with this?
So, this card, it's droll. If they droll you on your Patchwork, your whatchamacallit, what's it?
I guess this is one of the decks where if you draw extra monsters, like if you draw the driver, Branded is one of the best decks that can handle it because you can discard it for a lot of different cards. You can fuse with it. It works. You know, it works. It like the downside of the driver is not as big in a deck that can just make a Guardian Chimera with it or pitch it for Lubellion or other stuff, right? It's like I kind of get it.
Called
Your engine.
your Codal, sorry, I couldn't remember the name. Also, just going second, it's one of the best hand traps still. Drawing driver is actually not that terrible. I drew it twice. I put it once back with Kit. The other time I used it with Guiding Chimera for material.
Yeah.
Like, if you just draw this, it's almost a bomb that you win. And worst case, you could also dump it off of the branded fusion because it's a light material.
Fair enough.
So
Normally, I would say, I would tell you that the risk of drawing driver is not worth it just for the payoff of 1 Gamma. But when you're the risk in this deck, does not seem to be as high. It seems fine.
I only resolved Gamma once today, but it was really good. So that's it for the monsters.
Branded Synchro Enjoyer is rare. I'm not gonna lie, low key, hear me out. I want them I kind of want them to ban branded fusion and see what happens if you can play branded cards without the restriction of being locked into fusions. That's kind of what I want to see. I think it's kind of sad that every single branded deck is just revolving around freaking branded fusion or bust. And I think it would be way more interesting if the entire branded Albaz lore would not revolve completely around branded fusion. That's my take on branded.
21 of them, so we're gonna get into spells.
Opening also fusion locks, yeah, but then don't play opening. you don't have to.
3 Chimera Fusion. This card is insane.
Adds
it's not
back
once per
is
turn, and
disgusting.
being able to add back, make Guardian Chimera on your opponent's turn. This card was so good. I didn't break on it. Some people play 2.
Have you not seen Nesh Synchro deck? I have seen it. It's just that no one is really playing it because branded fusion exists. Bear format locks you as well into fusion. Yeah, this particular deck you wouldn't play. This particular version you wouldn't play then, but I'm talking more about like there's a lot of branded Albaz support that does not lock you into fusion and that technically also synergizes with other stuff in like synchro. They have a lot of synchro synergy as well. And I would like to see those decks being explored more, but no one is really exploring them, right? I mean, yeah, some people are, but for the majority of people, it's just, let's just activate Branded Fusion. That's better anyways.
I think it depends on the build, but in this you want as many extenders as possible, so 3 is really good. 3 Branded Fusion, this speaks for itself.
Best card in the game.
And then I played 3 Patchwork, so the logic with Patchwork is this always gives you 2 cards, and the third copy, like, these act as fiends on their own, because it gets you the edge gem, so it guarantees you a fiend material to fuse with, and that's why I like the third one. Sometimes you could side the second one, the third one.
All right, because they need fiends.
It needs space, but this was really good. And then we play 2 poly. You don't need 3. 1's too little if you draw it instead. This helps protect your Guardian Chimera from like Book of Moons, which is popular right now, Imperms, everything in the
A lot of good cards, yeah.
Speaking of Book of Moon, I also main 3 Book of Moon.
Gold rares.
Yeah, unfortunately gold rares, but this card is really good. I wanted a card that's really good going first and second. So this helps protect your Berkman resolving against Imperm, Veiler, stuff like that. And you can still fuse with face down monsters, which is really good. And going second against like Pearly, chaining to the trap, anything like that, this card is just all around one of the best cards in the game right now. Then I played 2 Talents. So this is for the off chance you do get interrupted. I just wanted to be able to draw into more extenders, and as you can see, I did play a decent amount of them. And also, just if they draw you and you rip out of their hand, and then you could still make your big fusion, you hit another card out of the hand. So they're down 3 cards after they draw you. So this was really good, and I resolved it quite a bit today. Then 1 called by. This card was actually really good. It helped me in the final match against Tier
Really?
But we ended up getting a draw there. But this card just...
Still crazy to me that book is such a staple right now. I love it. I love the fact that we're, like, the last 2 years... I don't know exactly. It's hard to point out what exactly changed. But the fact that we just get to play cards like Enemy Controller, Book of Moon, right now, and they're just legit really, really strong. I think it's just really, really cool. I think that is like really cool. Cash Tira? No, it's not Cash Tira, because we played Enemy Controller already last format. Or like not last format, but before that. Like we played it after Power of the Elements already. We played a lot of Enemy Controller in Sprite and stuff, right? It might just be the fact that maybe it's the fact that the top decks in after Power of the Elements, like, you know, Sprite, Tier, Pearly, Cash Tira, those kind of decks, they don't really have any hard negates. Tier Elements had Crime, but they didn't main deck Crime in the TCG. And that made cards like Book and Enemy just really, really solid against those. Maybe that's why.
It's that one for a reason. Now for a bit of the spice, 2 Fusion Armaments.
Ooh.
Summons Albus from Grave.
But the reason I played it is that you'll see a card in my action deck later, and it gives you a free beast on the field. And that gives you, so these act as 2 beast materials, which with Patchworks you get additional fiends, this gives you additional beasts. And this was a nice extender. You can side it out going second a decent amount, but this was not bad today. So that's it for the main deck, a clean 40. Extra deck.
Do you just summon the original
stuff,
Gazelle from your deck?
2
Extra deck?
standards, you're always going into 2. I never found myself needing 3 today at least, so that's standard. 2 of the
Chimera, the
Big
King
Yeah.
Boy.
This is your main guy. This card is
Do you even ever play 3 of this? Because I find it even more crazy that this card is like $20 when you only need 2.
insane. Being able to banish from grave, bring back stuff on your opponent's turn as well is super nice, and people forget about it. So this was the third one never came up today. I was playing 3 for a while, but I wanted to make room for other cards. But 2 was...
Look at Guardian Chimera. Wait, is Guardian Chimera also going up? Guardian Chimera. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, the collector's rare is stable. Yeah, okay.
fine today. Then one of this guy. This card is the OTK enabler. I won like 3 games today because of this card. And even if you have to summon it turn 1, and against certain decks they can't out it because it can't be destroyed by battle, this card really good. Helped me beat Pearly one game actually. Magnum the Reliever. I made this build twice. This card's really nice as well. It gives you an additional draw, additional interruption. It's really good. Then the branded cards, Ringbrum, part of the combo with Branded Fusion to dump the Gazelle, which gets you your 1-card combo through Mirror. Albion, Mirror Jade, and Lubellion. I never summoned Lubellion today. I summoned Mirror Jade twice, and Albion twice, I believe. This card was really nice because it helped me do some OTK pushes. But
Wait, never summoned Lubellion, summoned Albion once. What do you make with Branded Fusion if you activate it and it resolves? What do you make? Oh, you make Rindbrum. Oh, is there a new line? Bro, how is there a new branded line every 2 weeks, dude? How are you supposed to keep up with branded? How am I supposed to keep up with branded, dude? Every 2 weeks they have a new friggin' line.
Then Garura, this is a super poly target. I do side super poly, but it's also an engine card because Edgem Chain plus Perfament makes Garura. So you can, and then if you have an extension, you can go Garura plus another card into Dragostapelia, which was really nice today as well. Speaking of Dragostapelia, this card comes up a lot. It's really good. Mud Dragon, super poly target. You can also make it as well. Starving Venom, I made this once. It was pretty good. And then the card I was talking about earlier for Armament. So you reveal the illusion beast. You reveal this, and that summons this. So you get the free material beast on field.
Okay, so Fusion Armament is just an extender for this because it doesn't really do anything. But that gives you a name on board that you can use to make Guardian Chimera or the other fusions that require this as a name, right? That's interesting.
And then it helps you extend through that.
Never thought I'd see this card played in 2023.
Yeah, exactly. And it was actually pretty nice. So that's it for the extra deck. Then for the side deck, 3 Nib. So I wanted this mainly against like Dragon Link, all the combo decks, but I didn't feel like it was good enough to main. Plus,
it doesn't feel good enough to main. I agree. It's like you look at decks like Pearly does not play into it. Some other decks don't play. It's just it feels like a format where there's simply too many different decks to effectively main deck Nibiru, because like, you know, there's like 15 different decks and Nib only hits like about half of them. I don't know, rough estimate, and this is a it seems like very high risk. It does have high reward against the decks that it does work, but
if I'm not playing like Veil or Imperm or stuff, this is usually better paired with those. And but this was still solid today. I resolved it a couple times.
Avich and Rio Test, thank you guys for the prime.
I wish I could have fit a
Appreciate
third,
that.
but this 2 was nice. And the funny thing is this is a
And
Fiends with
Sachi, thank you for the
Nexus
14
engine
months,
requirement,
dude. That's a
I actually
long
did that
time.
2 or
Thank
3 times today, and it was pretty nice. And this against like Pearly, Towers type monsters.
Okay, Radeon.
King Tiger Wanghu.
Oh.
So this is so this is searchable and summonable on your opponent's turn.
Oh my god, people will dig out every single floodgate effect from 20 years ago, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, no, you're right. This is searchable. Oh, come on, dude. What do you even do? Okay, what is this good against, dude? Pearly just crumbles, right? Pearly is dead if you do that. Right? Sprite is dead if you do that. Blunder is dead if you do that. Oh my god. Rika, yeah. Oh my, no.
Through your Berthman, and it could be.
It looked like such an enjoyable deck up until this point.
Against Pearly and Sprite, and a couple other matchups, but this card was really nice. It didn't come up today, but in testing, it was really good. Then 2 Cosmic, just generic. These were Lightning Storms, but I wanted things to just deal directly with Floodgates, or dealing with like Unchained cards, or...
It's not main deck, yeah, it's not main
just
deck.
Stuff like that, so the chainable things were nice. And even in the mirror match, the Chimera Fusion can only be activated in the main phase, so if you hit it during draw or standby phase, it's nice. Duster speaks for itself. 3 Super Poly, this card was insane today. I kind of wish I mained it, but at the same time, the certain matchups that it was good against was really good, and the matchups that it's not good against, well, you don't really want to see it, but it was really good today. And then the last card was evenly matched. This was just for mainly everything else. It's still a good card. Not many things are putting up too many generic negates. And when you even the playing field, if this deck gets steamrolling, its advantage is insane. So
Say you can get like 11 cards in hand sometimes.
Just wait till Age of Overlord count comes out, then they can summon any beast or fiend, like Barrier Statue. Yeah. In general, looking at these spreads here is making me wonder a couple things. In hindsight, like in preparation for the ban list talk later, because I don't think branded in general is something I would classify as problematic. And I've been thinking about this, right? Because I've been preparing for the ban list discussion. And I've been thinking about how I want to handle something like branded, where the deck has not been super successful. The deck has been fine throughout like a couple tournaments. The deck has been present in the format, but it has not been like oppressive. I would not call it oppressive. The question is, how do you handle decks like that have just been around for a very, very long time? Because the same is also true about, let's say, Dragon Link, right? Dragon Link has been a very solid deck this format, but it has not been oppressive, right? People have not been super annoyed by Dragon Link. It wasn't everywhere. It wasn't insane, right? It's just been around, right? It's been around and it's been very good for months, right? It won Worlds, but that's a very different format. And so the question is, how do you want to deal with that? How do you want to get rid of those decks at some point, or do you just let it be because it's not too strong, right? Is that like and I don't think there's a correct answer to it. I don't think there's a correct answer. I think there's no right or wrong here. I think it's just purely like an opinion based thingy. It's very very subjective, right? And it's like people are always going to be biased, right? Like some people love Dragon Link, some people don't like Dragon Link, some people like branded, some people don't like branded. I think there is an argument to be made that after a while, even if a deck is not super dominant, maybe it has how do you say, overjoyed its stay? Is that how you say it? I think so, right? Overstayed its welcome. Overstayed its welcome. Not overjoyed its stay. All right. I think there's an argument to be made that's something you could consider, right? I'm not a native English speaker, okay? Keep that in mind. I'm not a native English speaker. I try. I've overenjoyed my stay. 07, yeah. Anyways. The Chimera deck, unironically, seems like a very fun version of Branded. I would 1,000 times rather play against this deck. I would rather play against this deck than against any freaking deck with the puppet lock in it. But yeah, that's cool. I wonder if it's better, like if it's actually better, or if people are just trying out new things, right? Because at least from my perspective, if I was going to a regional right now, I would not be tryharding as much because there's still 6 weeks until the next YCS. It's like the very beginning of the season. A new set just dropped. I would be a lot more willing to try out some new stuff right now, right? I would not feel forced to play the most high caliber deck, right? Which would probably be Kashtira. I would be more inclined to try something cool, right? And I wonder if that's the reason why, for example, here this is week 2 that we're looking at right now, and in week 2 we had more Chimera and Unchained tops than Kashtira tops. Which I don't think that means that those decks are better than Kashtira. I'm pretty sure that's not what's happening, right? That's it's most likely just people want to play other stuff, right? People are simply sick of Kashtira, right? People just don't want to anymore. And that's why people are picking up Chimera, Unchained, Rescue Ace, Vanadium, Pearly, like those kind of decks. are just more exciting than cash, honestly. It's just more exciting right now. I wonder how this would look if there was a YCS, right? That's something I would be really interested in. Is what would happen if this was not a regional that people don't care as much about? Like, I mean, people do care, but not as much as for a YCS, right? When there's a YCS around, most people are just suddenly a lot more serious about it, understandably so. Yeah. We will find out soon. There's 4 YCSs in it. There's 4 YCSs next month? God damn. Which ones? Rio, Cancun, Vancouver, and Dortmund. That's crazy. I'm playing Dortmund. I'm not surprised about the Dortmund one. Let me be clear. I'm not surprised that there's one in Dortmund. I know there's one in Dortmund. I didn't know there was 3 other ones in the same month. I did not know. Are they all on like consecutive weekends? Okay, so Sao Paulo on the 2nd, Vancouver on the 9th, Cancun on the 16th, and Dortmund on the 29th. All right, interesting. Very interesting. No, I'm hyped for that. I might stream for Vancouver or Cancun if they have a live stream. I hope some of them have a live stream. I might be live for one of them or 2 if they have a stream to watch. Anyways, yeah, take it. I just wanted to. What I wanted to say by this is take it with a grain of salt when you look at results like this, where it's like, oh, now it's 9 chimeras. Even there was another chimera deck added. When you see results where like new set just dropped and then everyone plays, everyone tops with chimera and unchained. Those decks are all that means. It does mean that those decks have potential, right? Because if those decks sucked completely, even the people that tried them would not do very well with them, right? Because you still have to go through like, good opponents to top a regional and face a couple of competent decks and stuff like that. So like, it means that the Chimera, the Unchained, the Manadium, the Rescue Ace, those decks, they have something to it. They don't suck, right? That's something it confirms. It does not mean they're the best decks now. That is something that that remains to be seen, right? It remains to be seen if these decks can keep up their performances and transfer their performances to a potential YCS setting. That being said, okay, week 3 we don't have anything yet. This is week 1, 2. We've just looked at Chimera, which is looking like a fun version, honestly. But let me also check out an Unchained deck. Where is Unchained? This one is top 4. So let's look at the top 4 because that's the yeah. Unchained. I do have an Unchained version. We have looked at the combos from this deck, so anyone who's been on that stream should understand what's going on.
Went X1 with Unchained.
What place did you get?
I got 4.
4, top 4. And you got any shout outs?
Shout out to my play.
Unchained, low-key, pretty strong. Unchained, to me, looked like a strong deck. I'm gonna be honest with you, I did like it when we tried it for one day. Now, it's a very first impression kind of thing, but I think that deck looked like it had potential.
Partners, shout out to my brother right here. Shout out to Andy and people back at A&H. I would do more, but I'm trying to leave. Yeah, I'm tired.
I feel it.
It's never going to be tier 1 as long as we're in the current format. Specifically because it interacts not that great with Cash Tira, because, I mean, it can play under macro, right? The things don't have to... Remind me, the stuff that is destroyed, I think I checked this when we tried Unchained on stream, but they don't have to go to the graveyard to float, right? They don't have to go to the grave to float, right? Correct. Okay. But they still really... I still think they really want their graveyard because they have a couple resource loops that really work with the graveyard, right? So, you would still... I wouldn't say the deck is good against the Rysar, but it can work.
Play 3. Play 3 dog. I played 2 Sarama. At first I was playing 1 and 1 Blue Dog, but I felt like the Sarama kept coming up too much.
Bro, the blue dog?
So unfortunately I took out the Blue Dog, the one that targets and links all.
The blue dog sucks,
Sarama
dude.
actually came up today.
I'm never
My
putting
phone
that
was
card
going
into
to
my
go
Unchained
to
deck. There's no
Zeus.
way.
I impaired anyways. Normal summon Sarama and went for day. The other Unchained, we played 1 of the dog,
Yes.
1 Raikiri,
Rakiri?
and 1 Abomination Soul. I was thinking about playing 2 of them, but he was actually right.
Which blue dog? The old one. The new one is phenomenal as a one-off. You definitely need the new one, but the old one is I think you don't play it anymore.
Playing at 1. He's actually right playing at 1. I did enjoy playing Raikiri. At first I was going to end up doing 2, but I kept that at 1. This is only good at 1. I love him. I play him as a fool's barrier target too.
Hey.
He feels good. And of course, the famous tour guide pack.
I like this. I was honestly surprised by when we tried this deck the first time, how many people in chat told me, hey, you don't need tour guide, you should not play tour guide. This card just seems good in this deck. To me, this card just seems solid, because it's like a freaking 1-card combo. This plays so hard into hand traps. I mean, I guess. I would, okay, the way I want to say it is because I have not tested this deck extensively, right? I'm not going to say tour guide is good. But what I'm going to say is if I was to play Unchained right now, I would start with a version that has tour guide to try it. Because I think the upside of tour guide is very, very good. Because it's a very good consistency card, insane. It's a 1-card combo. The benefit you potentially get out of tour guide is very, very good. Now, if you start playing tour guide and you notice that every time tour guide gets impermed or ashed or whatever, you cannot play, right? Then maybe you should consider taking out tour guide for other cards. But I personally think in a basic version of Unchained, I would start playing with tour guide rather than without.
I wish I had the prettier tour guys, but unfortunately we're budget players out here.
Hey, budget's the best.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. All right, now down for the hand trap lineup. I played 3 Ash Blossoms, and I also played 3 Draw.
Literally every single profile so far. It's insane. It's insane. I don't remember the last time we had a format like that. It's like before Duelist Nexus, there was a time where you would see like maybe Droll and Lockbird in half the decks or something, right? It was like, and then even after freaking Super Heavy Samurai released, I don't think it was in every single deck. Right now, it's just insane.
Very generic, very self-exclamatory.
Someone make a Droll Despair emote.
I actually did Nibs at one point, but I didn't like them. Nibs were too mid. I wanted more impact. I played 3 Pod Prosperities. I kept drawing 2, which kept pissing me off all day. So at one point, I was about to be forced to set one and just pop the Pod Prosperity, just continue the combo. And that's how much this card kept pissing me off. But it did help me get a majority of games, so of course it's going to stay in. We got the greatest spell card in the deck. They made sure to not call this Unchained for a reason. If this was Unchained, if this was the target, all hell break loose.
Card's that broken.
Yes, it is very broken. Search, or if you pop it, special something from deck. I recommend playing 3 of those. If you don't, you're a scrub. I played 1 Fool's Burial. I have 2 targets, the Blue Dog or the red one. There's also Phoenix Rhino, but that's just to be goofy. Just to be goofy. Or not brick, to be honest. I'm sorry, y'all, but we're playing Mismatch Rarity. I'm playing 2 of the same copy, and we got the 1.
Bro, had you just not said anything, I would not have noticed. I would not have noticed at first glance. If you just had not said that, I would not have.
I was trying to find the same rarity, but unfortunately, we couldn't. I used to have the same, but it is what it is. 3 to trap and 3 escape. My friend actually convinced me to play 3 of these.
Nash, thank you for the 9 months.
Super useful in the grind game, especially when I fought against a Labra player. He went full force. I still had traps, and he got rid of the right 2 cards that I needed to go to the graveyard, which was Blue Dog and the Red Dog. It was hilarious. He even went Epidemic. he learned that I don't play that many spells. He actually didn't hit any. He didn't hit any cards in my hand.
He cried.
Yes, he. I just easy 2-0. Imperm.
This one I would have noticed. This one I'm noticing.
Self-exclamatory.
But we're not apologizing for that. Okay.
Now, of course, after that, I play 2 dog.
Can you eclipse someone under draw? I'm not sure since it makes the opponent draw. It's an interesting question. I think so. Because there's no guarantee that they have to draw in the end phase, right? If it was a card, if the draw happened immediately, then the answer would be no, right? But for Book of Eclipse, I think you can because there's no guarantee, and it does not happen when the card is activated and resolves immediately. It would be at a later time. It's like how you can maxi under your own prosperity, right? I think that's a good comparison, right? Which I'm sure all of you have done at least once. I know I have done it. I know I have done it in Master Duel. I have dropped the maxi after the prosperity. That has happened.
I play 2 of this. I wanted to play a 3rd, but I didn't have it until I pulled
Can you Ash Book of Eclipse? You can Ash Book of Eclipse, yes.
it.
Yep. What did it come up?
It never did come up, but it's just very good in the grind game.
Yeah.
It's very good in the grind game. It's like Meow Meow Mew to me. Just a lot more broken. It's a custom card. Very self-exclamatory. Of course, you gotta play English. I was debating on playing 2, but 1 actually did its job. 1 literally did its job. Of course, you gotta have your
I have not summoned this very often, yeah.
Abomination. If you don't, you're screwed. And gotta have the goddess. I was actually expecting to drop this one time today against either a Pearly player or like some weird ass Administer Towers.
And it just didn't come up.
Nope, it never came up. I did, and when I did fight against Pearly player, one player I ended up misplaying, the other one he didn't draw one.
Gotcha.
Is there any reason to play Labyrinth with Unchained yet for us? Because I remember the OCG does that right now. Can we already do that, or does that not make sense yet? I don't remember what the key synergy point was yet. I don't remember. I forgot the key synergy point between those two. It's fine.
I played the Super Poly targets. Did not come up today at all. I did not fight against a single Vanadium or even Exo Synchro. I didn't fight against a single one. But it's nice that it's there.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be retarded and just get my ass caught.
It would have been good if you had.
Yeah.
To be what?
Of course, this came up in my last game against Sun Avalon Rika because I didn't
Don't do
have
that.
any sources. Then I realized, wait, I played Muckraker. So I made Muckraker discard to get Saroma, turned it into 5 monsters and went for game ace. He gave me that stinky face. And I played one the DDD rank 3. He's just there just to go into this. Very, very generic. My favorite one,
That card's crazy.
This is crap. I was expecting to go to some random fucking one flu matchup just because.
The level 6 Labyrinth was the main synergy between. That's what I remember. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's why I was asking if I misremembered that or not. Yeah.
Because all my matchups were fucking diversity. At one point, top tables I ended up fighting against Trap Trip. That's still funny, and the look on his face, I went evenly 3 times against him. In the same battle phase.
Oh, goodness.
3 times in the same battle phase. That literally killed me. Alright, this ain't side deck card, but of course these are my boys. I played 3 Dark Kaijus. Shout outs to Bo over here. Became a clutch. Of course, you gotta play the 3 Super Polys. Best friend back at home looking to me. Gotta thank him. Got 3 Evenlies. 2 Skill Drain. 2 Anti-Spells. And 2 D-Barrier.
I will floodgate you sometimes. All right. I mean, this is the main deck was relatively close to what we built on stream as well. It's like the tour guide version. I like it. I like it. I would say right now before a potential ban list, Unchained is like a tier 2-ish deck. But if a ban list comes around, I don't see them hitting anything crucial to Unchained. I don't think that's gonna happen. So Unchained could benefit from a potential ban list a lot, and maybe jump into like a better position in the meta. They could, yeah, Prosperity, sure, but I don't consider that a hit to specifically Unchained. I guess if Unchained struggles with consistency, hitting Pros would hit it harder than some other decks. I could see that. Okay, yeah. You caught me lying again. Yeah, Prosperity would be a hit to this deck, which I think is something that could realistically happen. I want it to happen even, yeah. Anyways, Runic Chimera. Hell yeah, tell me about that. Tell me about that.
Hi guys, I'm Connor Wesley, and I just I at least top 8'd. I went X1, might be top 4, but I don't really know. With Runic Chimera. So here's the deck. Played 3 Sword Knight, best card. 3 Cornfield, card's insane. 3 Big Baphomet. 2 because like this isn't like full combo by itself. Well,
how do you not know if you got top 4? Well, very often if regionals run very late, there's people that leave after they finish the last round and they don't wait for the standings. That probably is the reason. They just finished the last round, handed in the result, and had to leave maybe. That happens.
The other 9 are full combo.
Are we tribute summoning this over a Hugin? Is that what we're doing? Please tell me that's what we're doing.
And 3 edge imps. This card's just insane. Discarding off runic spells, just infinite.
I will say, I've been thinking about, we've even played on stream before in Master Duel. We've played fusion runic builds, because that's also one way how you can make use of the runics in the extra monster zone, is if you can use them as fusion material. I've tried building that, but it's never quite had enough support. But I've played like a runic deck with patchwork before. Maybe the Chimera cards are exactly what this needed.
Pluses. Then I played.
Dinka Bui also plays Chimera Runic at the moment. Why am I not surprised by that at all?
3 Droll for my hand traps.
Ah.
Just I wanted the most impactful cards, because this deck doesn't have very much room to play like non-engine. So, and then for the runic spells, 2 Fountain.
Bro, we are so hurt by this semi-limit, dude. We have suffered enough.
Obviously, 3 Fountain, 3 Destruction, 3 Flashing Fire, 3 Freezing Curses.
Bro, after this looks so nice to me after playing freaking Master Duel with 2 Freezing Curses, 2 Destruction, 2 Tip, 2 Slumber. God damn, I miss playing with 3.
2 Slumber.
You had to do that to me, right? You had to do that. Why did I pause exactly the frame before that happened? How does the universe work like that sometimes? God damn, that hurts.
And 1 Dispelling. And then for the fusion cards, I played 2 Chimera Fusion and 2 Polys. And then I played 2 Patchworks to search off the edge imps. And now for the extra deck, I played 3 Chimera Fusion, the new one. I feel like in the late game you have to.
Bro, that's like $1 billion on the playmat right now. That's like a house and a car and life insurance.
Play 3 because like with the runic cards and stuff, you can't just kill them. So it like takes turns to eventually like outgrind your opponent basically. One of the big one, this card's not very good. Summon it once. 2 Chimera, Guardian Chimera. I should probably play 3 of this. My only loss was to a Cashier player, and Guardian Chimera, and he ripped the other one, and then it was just like game over. 2 Magnum, the reliever. This card's insane. Just giving you an extra draw and a pop. 1 Dracospellia, never summoned it. Then for the Runics, played 2 Hugin. And then for the Beast,
Oh, I love Sleipnir, dude.
played Sleipnir and Gary. These are insane. This card giving you tokens is kind of relevant, and then they're both beasts. So like this and Edge Imp is full combo. Well, to make the Chimera fusion, and then 1 Munin, and then I played 1 Azalea. Never summoned it. It's pretty bad. Then for the side deck, I played 2 Magma Hut. 1
Oh, this deck looks
Worm.
based.
I actually took these out of my like other decks, and I just got destroyed by tier, so I had to like put some respect back in there. 3 Retaliating Sea.
Ooh.
I didn't have Contact Seas.
Ooh, is this for... Oh, this is good against Pearly, no? Pearly... branded... Runic Life Twin? Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. But... that seems like a fine card. Contact Sea is like... Contact Sea is good against Pearly, yes. Yeah, if they don't have an out to it, it's really strong.
So I had to play Retaliating Sea, and this card's like pretty solid against Pearly.
Not so good against Pearly. They can suck it up with the beauty. Yeah, if they can rank up into it, yes. Because if you go for Lily, you can't how do you make beauty? Well, you would have to have the one in hand, right? If you have the right one in hand, you can rank up with purely. Not I'm talking about Retaliating Sea, by the way. I'm talking about Retaliating Sea right now. I'm not talking about Contact Sea. Retaliating Sea, if you have the correct quick play spell in hand, you can rank up with the white cat into beauty and negate it. That's what you can do. If that's not what you meant, then I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
Early still, and whenever you summon it, you can distribute this off for
You can play 1 Contact Sea to search it with Retaliating. That would probably make sense, yeah. If it's good, if both are good against Pearly, you could just play both, yeah. If you want to devote that much room for it.
from that. So it's like not even bad. 3 Cosmic Cyclone, 3 Dark Roller, and then 3 Summon Limit. I had to play Summon Limit because you have some decks that can just like outpace you even through like the runic spells and then like a Guardian Chimera, so you just kind of flip this and it basically is an auto win. Probably one of the most like impactful cards I could side, just because I had to cover so many matchups with not a very good deck. So
What do you mean not a very good deck? How is this not the most base deck ever? It does look fun. It does look fun. I don't know if it's good, but it does look very fun. Even more fun than the branded version, I'm gonna be honest. That was cool though. I like that. I like that a lot. That was very nice. Test it? We might. I don't wanna devote too much time today on testing specific decks because I wanna create like an overview of the format first in my head. But the next couple days we might look into specific decks that I find particularly interesting, and this would probably be one of those. Yeah. This would probably be one of the decks that I'd be most intrigued by. What else do we have? Let me sort this again. Chimera. There's so many Chimera decks, dude. It's crazy. It even won 2 regionals. Chimera branded, dude. Do we have to respect that? 3! There's another one up here. God damn. Okay. All right. A lot of Chimera branded. Some crazy dinosaur enjoyers. Still a good amount of Dragon Links to be expected. We have a couple of Fluanderies enjoyers. A hero duelist. Infernoble. Infernoble. All right. I'm clicking Infernoble. Now, the main thing I want to know about Infernoble is, does Infernoble still like do the crazy turn 1 boards that it used to, right? Is it still that?
Cool. Hey, how's it going? I am Nick Peterson. I just got second place in the World Championship qualifier here in Alaska. Not a whole lot of people in a lot of cases, but for us this was a decent turnout at 31 people, 5 rounds, and I played
Smaller regional, but still, I want to see the deck.
Infernobles. The thing I like the most about this deck before I get started is that many decks are very linear. This deck is anything but linear. You can go through a lot of different interactions, and there's always more than 2 or 3 ways to get to anything. So we're going to start with the list. Saying it right now, this list isn't exactly spicy. I'd say that this is about as consistent as I feel I can do. So to start off, I have 3 Neospace connectors, and it's just the best normal summon. It gets you to your hand rip. It's how you play around Droll. Easiest thing to do. And even if you do get hit by Droll, I found in a lot of cases, if you have the extenders, you can still work through it.
This is kind of crazy in a format where everyone is playing Droll. The fact that you get to play one of the best ways to beat Droll is kind of interesting.
That's worked out fairly well for me. We have now there is a little bit of debate on this. I run 2 Ogier instead of 1. I found in game 1 sometimes it's nice to just have a little bit of extra gas, a little bit more consistency, but it also allowed for a little bit of a sighting option without losing consistency by switching that out. I did that a couple times today, and it actually worked out fairly well. Made it easy to decide as many as 12 cards. For more of the Knights, we move on to Triple Renaud. You pretty much have to. It's one of the best. It's easiest extender to get to. Works as a tuner. Does everything you want.
Plays through Nid. It's the best card.
Pretty much. Then we have the One of Knights. I got the Ricardetto, Turpin, Oliver, Amogus. And these cards are just, I think it's really nice to have the one of. Having all the effects are very easy to access. Specifically, I wanted to give a shout out to Amogus. This was, at first, we were a little unsure about it, but then after playing it, it is arguably the best grind card in the deck. You put all your equip spells back, you put your monsters back, you're able to plus, a lot of interactions going on with that. Ricardetto and Turpin and Oliver always allow for just a lot of easy ways to play through things. Speaking of easy extenders, we run the Fireflint Lady. I only run a single Super Quant Red Layer.
Bro, the last time I've seen Fireflint Lady, I got FTK'd on Master Duel. That's not a good sign.
I wanted to try and tone the deck down as much as I could, make it as tight and consistent as possible. And the single red layer worked most of the time. There was never a single time where I looked at my opening hand or top deck for turn thinking, dang, I sure wish this was red layer right now. And so I thought that it works as discard fodder, works for everything else.
So pretty cuttable.
Say that again?
So pretty cuttable.
Exactly. Keep it at 1. You always want the 1. It is a great card. Don't underestimate it.
I agree.
Enter Immortal Phoenix Gearfried. I ran 1. Again, this is just one of those consistency options. I definitely see people play 2, play as many as 3.
Does this deck search Gearfried? Or is it just actually a one of? Yes, it searches it? Okay, then that's fair, yeah.
3 even, and I could definitely see that being worthwhile, but I never struggled to reach the card, I never struggled to summon the card, and I never struggled to bring it back even if it left the field. It's very easy to move around and recur. So that's the monster lineup. Everything worked out.
You can search it, but it beats every hand trap. I mean, yeah, there's probably an argument to be made. I would say it's a comparison. It's a relatively simple comparison to a card like Regulus in machine decks, right? Where it's really nice to open a playable hand plus Regulus because then you play through hand traps a lot better. It's probably the same in this deck, right? If you open a playable hand. And you open the Gearfried, you can simply summon the Gearfried relatively early and have a protection from hand traps. The problem with those cards is that they will not help you if you don't open playable yet, right? If you don't have a playable hand, even opening your Gearfried or your Regulus is not going to help you, so they're not consistency cards. And so I can at least understand the decision to be like, I'm only playing 1 because I just want to search it if my combo goes through. I'm not using it as a way to push through hand traps as much. Once again, I don't think there is a strictly right or wrong in that sense, right? It's like you can prefer one, you can prefer more, but I understand the logic behind both.
Only one hand in the entire tournament did I feel kind of bad and not have starters, and it's because I sided in 12, and I opened exactly double evenly matched Lightning Storm, Dark Ruler, and Renaud. And
Yeah.
Will we see more MathMech Circular after the new Master Duel ban list? Unfortunately, I think there is a possibility for that, yeah, because the deck is still really bad against Maxi, but there's still 3 circulars in Master Duel, which is a problem. Thank you for the 5 months, though. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Thank you.
It was against me.
I got the Renaud ripped out, and then I was able to float for about a turn or two and just didn't see anything.
Magnamud F. Look, hey, this depends a lot. Like, sorry for being one guide into freaking Master Duel topic, but like if Tearlament is not as popular anymore, people might not main deck as many Bestials, and Magna and Druis are just limited. So.
Rota reasons, it searches out your Neospace connector. You should use Rota to get your Neospace connector every time. If you already have it, then use it to grab something like yugioh or just an extender that works for you. We run the triple chalice. The chalice is
now it's this is the portion of the video where we show 10 different rotas in different artwork.
I use this to grab museum unless I happen to open like 2 museum in hand.
And that's a pretty good distinction because a lot of people don't realize it can.
That way we can rota for rota for rota for a rota that searches a rota.
Humble brag is I managed to snag 2 Euro prints, and I like them very much. I think the German for a language in this deck is a little bit fun, a little shiny.
Euro.
Please
Erbe des
excuse the fact
Kelchs.
that not everything is the same rarity. It hurts me just as much as it does you.
Füge deiner Hand ein edler Rittermonster oder eine edle Waffenkarte von deinem Deck oder Friedhof hinzu. Falls dein edler Rittermonster, das mit einem edle Waffen-Ausrüstungszauber ausgerüstet ist, durch Kampf zerstört und auf den Friedhof gelegt wird, solange sich diese Karte in deinem Friedhof befindet, du kannst diese Karte deiner Hand hinzufügen. Du kannst nur einen Effekt von Erbe des Kelchs pro Spielzug verwenden und in dem Spielzug nur einmal.
Please excuse the fact that not everything is the same rarity. It hurts me just as much as it does you.
A little hodgepodge.
All right, triple Noble Arms Museum. If you're not doing 3, you're doing it wrong. Best card in the deck, arguably.
Correct.
Soft once per turn, pay 12, search any Noble Arms. After you've done that,
Good pronunciation. Thank you. I'm glad my German pronunciation is fine.
On any of your equipped guys, best extender, easy to see 2 of it all the time, easy to search. You have to have 3. We're going to get to the Noble Arms now. Durandal, easy searcher, and then just for different names. So there's a little bit of a debate between Living Fossil, yes or no, and I just found that I wanted to keep it as tight as possible. So I'm not on Living Fossil. I have single Joyeuse, single DDR, single Almache, and of course the best equip. Phoenix Blade is...
I spent a lot of years learning German. Roughly 27, almost 28 years learning German now.
Lets you extend through everything.
Almost done.
Grind game is insane. You never struggle to have your gear free to equip or anything else. Use it with Angelica. Everything else is amazing.
And these two have funny interactions.
Yes, they do. DDR, I have...
How many languages can you speak? Fluent, only English and German. I learned Spanish and Latin in school. I don't remember a single thing about Latin. My Spanish is good enough to read and sometimes understand what people are saying, but I can't speak it myself, really. And like, I can, like, my from my Spanish knowledge, I like, for example, my Spanish and Italian is good enough to understand most Spanish or Italian cards if I play against someone who's using Spanish or Italian cards in a tournament. That's like if I forget about a card effect, I can pick up an Italian card and I can read it, but I cannot speak it at all.
I had a game where I did double DDR plus triple tack, rip 3, and person scooped immediately, and it was beautiful. I felt very good about that.
Feeling like the smoke grenade days.
So that's the equip line. And
I think it's very cool to speak multiple languages. It's one of the coolest things you can do. I think is to just learn another language. It's just something that I have never really done on my own. It's only what I have is only what I got from school, which is weird. You could just make the effort to learn another language outside of school, but I've never done so. I think it's cool though.
And I actually, sometimes when you're using your Isolde line to bury 4, if you have to bring on yugioh or something else, you want to have exactly this many names. No more. You could have more, but you definitely don't want less than this. Having the 5 separate names works out really well. I never had a moment where I opened exactly 2 of these 1-ofs and then needed to do the bury 4.
Yep, exactly. Maths out pretty well. Pretty much never opening 2 of those equip spells.
terrible at learning other languages. Every time I've tried it, just never clicked. I think that is a thing. I think some people are more talented at learning a new language than others. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. There's like people that learn languages really easily, and some people really struggle with it.
So that worked out pretty well. So that's actually the majority of the deck. That's the core for everything. So this next bit, this is just the what I was running for tech. Now these are all flex spots, and you set this up based on wherever you are. I was running Droll. Honestly, it was bad. I resolved Droll all of twice, and
Bro, I wonder if we're gonna end up with a 100% main deck triple Droll rate. Because so far we have it, and we've watched like I don't know how many deck profiles. I'm pretty sure it's there's a solid chance that we're gonna do an any percent 100% Droll speedrun today.
didn't really see anything with it. I was running Book of Eclipse out of fear for a couple decks that maybe I wanted to try and book everything so I could try and go off on some plays. But again, Book of Eclipse, I never went.
It's the only card so far that we've seen in every single deck. Not even Ash, not even Imperm, not even Books, not even Prosperity, not even Talents. The one card that's been in every single deck so far is Droll and Lockbird. No other card has been there in every deck.
Tira. I never went up against a Fulminatium board when I saw that, and it just never really did anything for me. We have a lot of branded people locally, so you have to have Ash for branded reasons. If I wasn't scared of running up against branded, I would probably switch that out for maybe a Veiler or something else. And then Imperm is just, it's really nice.
I know Latin, Classical Greek, English, Italian, Spanish, Ancient Egyptian, and learning 2 Aboriginal Australian. See, that's just incredibly impressive. That's so cool. Meanwhile, me, Latin in school, literally, I passed Latin basically 80% just copying from my friend sitting next to me who was good at Latin. And I just always sucked at Latin.
In those cases.
Plays around tax, can't be ripped by connector.
Yeah.
Very good card.
These are all, of course, when you're running 12 utility cards, these are all flex spots. Do what you will for where you are. So we're going to move on over to the extra deck. Now, the extra deck, I wanted to do something that would allow me to have a better grind game as opposed to crazy extensions. So on Double Isolde.
For what use do you learn Latin? I learned Latin. I don't even know what the reason for it was, but it was like my school. I don't know. They just had it. They just had it. We had classes that had a focus on Latin, and then we had other classes that had a focus on. I think they had they learned a musical instrument. And I went to the Latin thingy because music is not my I'm not very talented when it comes to music, but apparently also not when it comes to languages. So I don't know. They didn't have one that taught you how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, so that's like I had to choose between those two.
Double Angelica and Double Roland. All of these are, a lot of people say you only need the single Roland, and that is very true. There are, however, awkward game states and different hands where you want to have the second Roland just for easy access, so you'd be able to extend and push into, if you're turn 4, turn 5 or something, and both of you are back and forth trying to just fight for resources, that's where the second Roland, the Magus, draw 1, that stuff really, really comes through here. The biggest deal with Angelica is that 99% of the time you're going to get your museum at least, because if someone attempts to target it with Imperm or Veiler on that museum search, you could just chain your Angelica anyway. If there was one tech card that I think I'd swap out, probably the Book of Eclipse for Book of Moon, because if you move to your second effect with Angelica, because it got targeted by something, and then they try to Imperm or Veiler after you've initiated it, you could just Book of Moon your own Angelica and still resolve the effects. And that,
You can Book of Eclipse your own Angelica, but then you book everything else too.
It wasn't something I was able to do, but it was definitely something that came up today where I was on the sad end of an Imperm, and I wish I could have done that. Next thing, single Charles, you don't really need any anymore. You just keep recurring them. Charles the Great is by far my favorite card in the deck. It's pops a card, recurs things. It's really easy to bring out. It makes people really, really upset most of the time, and I'm all for it.
And that's your favorite part.
And that's my favorite part.
Of course, retrain of a boss monster too. It's definitely the way to do it. Just make it a link 1.
Yeah, no, I loved it.
That is true. I think this is the one way. This is the one link 1 where I genuinely like the design. Because all they did with Emperor Charles the Great is they're just providing like an upgrade to a previous boss monster that isn't quite good enough, right? Which I think is a cool way to do it. It's just you don't have to print a new synchro like a different boss monster for Infonobles. You just make a link 1 that their boss monster turns into. I think that's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool to do that, right? It's like you still do the same thing, you're still summoning the same card as before, but you're giving an upgrade to it. I think that's a very cool idea. I wish more decks did that instead of just giving them a link 1 for their normal summon that searches their field spell. You know what I mean?
There were next to no times where I struggled to bring out the second one unless I was playing into a bunch of negates. I had a specific game that I had like 4 interruptions thrown at me, but simply because I had 1 extra extender, I still got to the double Charles. And then the person saw double Charles, I popped something on their field and they scooped. And it was nice and easy.
Emperor Charles assault mode. Yeah, basically. Assault mode, but done right.
You don't have to stress it. The next thing, this...
More decks need Colossus. Josh 2023. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I'm going to actually switch it up a tiny bit here. So I have the Appaloosa and Baron de Fleur. I like the Oppo because if you see any extenders, you're going to have a few moments where you have like an awkward Isolde, awkward Dempsey, and you have everything else. If you can bring out Appaloosa before you warrior lock yourself, or sometimes you don't even need to warrior lock yourself, it's an easy 3-mat Oppo and it just really adds to the end board. Baron especially is really fun because if you have Gearfried and then you are forced to use your Gearfried effect to protect yourself, if you have any level 1, drop that on, make a Baron, and then you kept your negate and you just keep on going, and you can even swap out your Baron to put your Gearfried back
Link
on
once,
field.
but different. See, the thing about Link ones is that the problem is not there's nothing wrong with Link ones technically. It's just that when they allow you to do something that normally you wouldn't be able to do, like putting a monster into the graveyard, just by the Link mechanic immediately, like normal summoning a Sangan or normal summoning anything, just putting it into the graveyard so that it can come back again and or trigger its graveyard effects. It's kind of problematic. So as long as you make a Link one that has like an hard to summon restriction on it, I think it would be fine, right? And then just the fact that, like, just to add insult to injury, a lot of the Link ones just have a bonus effect as well that, like, you just don't have to do anything for, right? Like, you... I studied German for 5 years and my teacher told me that never so much fun to reject a student. Now I'm just sitting in German voice call, don't understand a single word, hoping that if I fall asleep in their court, I will assimilate the language. Look, I heard very, very often, that German is one of the hardest languages to learn. And I can kind of see it. I can kind of see why German would be one of the hardest languages to learn.
It uses its Omni Negate on your opponent's turn. So there's all kinds of really fun interactions there. The cheese that I kind of...
German isn't hard, Dutch is hard. No, Dutch is just weird German. What do you mean? Dutch is like, copy my homework German language, but don't make it obvious, you know? And if you grew up learning Dutch, then yeah, learning German won't be that hard for you. Because they are very similar, I think, grammatically.
Have in the event that I get slammed by Nib or just like negated to all hell is we're running the Baguska and the Ferocious Flame Swordsman. I had one game today where I was going through my combo and I didn't have a way to protect from Nib, and sure enough I got hit by Nib. I used triple tack, took the Nib, and I made Ferocious Flame Swordsman off of the token and the Nibiru, and I was able to just keep on playing from there because I had a Fire Warrior on board, and I was able to extend through it all. Baguska is amazing. If you get hit by, because it doesn't affect your Charles the Great, there are actually a couple game states where you just make double Charles, Baguska pass, and...
Yeah, like versus Branded, that's an FTK.
Yeah, they're just done, and so it's really fun. I like it a lot. Dempsey, new card from the most recent set.
Dempsey's just a generically good card, right? Because this is a generic rank 4 that searches. Like a Gear Gigant X, right? For what? Fire Warriors?
If you are thinking Artorigus is still worthwhile, please don't.
Thank you.
That was just run Dempsey. There's it is really useful. It's easy to rotate things through. It's easy to summon. It's an easy extender. And in the event that you are in a moment where you need to, you also have the Zeus, so you could just run Dempsey into someone. It's very easy to use Dempsey to run over cards like Fenrir even, and it doesn't really stop anything. So you can run over Fenrir, run over anything, make Zeus clear their board, combo off after the fact, and it's really great. I didn't have the Zeus play come up, but I have had it come up, and it was wonderful.
It's just like one of those Gear Gigant X level cards, King of the Feral Imp kind of cards that, like, it's not busted or anything, but it's just solid, you know? Eventually you might want to use it.
Alright, sideboard. Sideboard is simple.
Spice.
It wasn't any...
When will you upload the collab with Sam? It's gonna be on his channel. I don't know when, but he said sometime this week. I don't know exactly how fast they edit stuff and get it out there.
Nothing special, really. I wanted a little bit of back row hate. I knew there might be rescue ways. I knew there might be back row decks. I wanted to be able to get around that. Running the 1-2 punch combo, even lethal Dark Ruler. If you ever open that and you're staring down a board, just drop both of them and you're fine.
So 1-2 punch combo. I don't remember the last time I've Dark Rulered and then even lead someone. I don't remember that.
There are very, very few decks where it matters. I never went up against a 5-mat Noir where Dark Ruler would have been scary, and so it worked out just fine for me. I had one game where it came up really well. We had the triple tax. I put triple tax inside. Some people say put it in the main deck. I don't like that. I've had a lot of cases where I tried to use triple tack and it just didn't work for me, or it was dead in hand, or I just didn't have a reason to need it, or it just got negated. So I would have preferred to. I put it in the sideboard and then moved it in for specific matchups, and I was able to resolve it, like I said, against that Nibiru play, and that was great. Now the last thing, which some people might say, oh, well, that's controversial or whatever. I love Solemn Judgment. I ran the 3 of because one of the few things that can just OTK this deck is a Dark Ruler no more. I never saw the Solemn today, but I've used it numerous times in the past where I do.
I guess that's fair enough. I was gonna say Solemn Judgment in a deck that focuses on pseudo FTKing your opponent doesn't seem worthwhile, but I guess if your deck sucks against Dark Ruler, then, you know, I guess that makes sense.
See it, and nobody really expects the Solemn Judgment on game 2. It feels like you win game 1 or you side into going first, and suddenly they try and hit you with something, and oh, Solemn, you're done. I had a game I sacked a person once. It was a mirror match. They dropped the Angelica, thinking, oh, he's got an Imperm, and I'm gonna be able to play around it. I just Solemn the Angelica, and they scooped instantly. Also against you.
Yeah, it was also me.
So not only that, but luck was good to me today. I pulled a Ulti-branded Fusion. I pulled a Crimson Dragon. Pulled a Noble Arms Museum.
And he won the
Yo, okay. Interesting. On the other hand, pretty much what I expected from Infernoble. And in that regard, a little bit disappointed that it just ends up being still that kind of combo, full combo pile. Yeah, but I mean, I guess that makes sense. I don't know what else I don't know why I expected something else out of it. All right, let's move on. Let's skip the Labyrinth. I don't think there's anything phenomenal happening in Labyrinth right now. However, we have a very good amount of Vanadium tops, which is also interesting. Let's pick the Texas second place one and see what that's about. The Ryan U list is fine. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's a good list. It's just that I don't think it's changed that much that we need to spend extra time to examine how Labyrinth is being played right now.
Brutal here at the...
This is an insane venue for a regional, by the way. I'm pretty sure we've seen this before. I'm pretty sure it's the same venue as like a couple weeks ago or months ago. I'm pretty sure I've said the same thing about like the gaming chairs and stuff. Crazy.
Houston, Texas Regional, my goodness, post-Doom with Inspired TCG.
Mr. Nobody, thank you for the 4 months. I'm doing great. How are you? Thank you.
Oh, man, God, yes. Yo, please, introduce yourself to the world, man.
What's up? I'm Jonathan McDonald with the Gaming Metro, and I got second place today.
Second place?
Yeah.
My goodness. What deck again?
Playing Vanadium.
Okay. What made you decide to play this deck for the event, bro?
I'm really sick of cash, and I need...
See? That's what I've been saying. Well, that's why there's not that much cash.
Need to change up, play a good combo deck, so that's pretty much it.
Nice. Before we see the goo, any shoutouts?
Shoutouts to the team, obviously. Shoutouts to my wife for letting me come, and shoutouts to all the boys at home. For testing and everything. So,
okay. Yeah. Without further ado, please show us the second place goo.
Yeah, absolutely. So main deck is 40. It's pretty standard. 3 Torrid, 3 Meek, 3 Starfrost. I placed 3 Starfrost because I expected it to like play against more cash, and Rise Heart can eat a lot of times. That's it for the balls and Starfrost. And then as for the Warriors, I just did 3 Riem Heart.
Don't refer to them as balls.
3 2 Reichardt. This is because I didn't feel the need for the third as much. Drawing this in multiples kind of feels bad sometimes, but it is like a decent enough extender.
This man sus. Yes.
And then that's it for the engine monsters, and then 2 Arrival, 2 Reichphobia.
Okay, it's the coward approach. 2 Arrival, 2 Field Spell, 2 Reichardt, because we don't want to draw 1 and then feel bad for not getting it for free.
That's it for the Scarecrow package. I played a second one of this instead of Terraforming, just to kind of like respect Joel a little more. And then I only played 1 Lightheart in the extra, but 2 of this actually felt pretty good today.
Yeah, it's a Manscaped. It's a Manscaped collab.
The regional one, it's removal. 3 Calarium, 1 Rhoda, 3 Obsession. This card's broken. It's search plus extension. It's ridiculous. Everybody was reading this multiple times today just to like figure out how to stop it, but it's tough. And then just kind of other engine slots. Just 1 Imaginings, 1 Reframing. Imaginings comes up when you already have access to Obsession, so just...
Reframing to me feels like the reason why this deck would be better than something like Infernoble, for example. Right? Because they're both kind of like the same, just all-in combo type approach. But this deck sets up a counter trap natively, so it doesn't lose to certain board breakers, right? Whereas like Infernoble, like we just saw an Infernoble list that just played Solemn to counter it, which is something you need to draw alongside your combo. So yeah,
simple thing.
You can search Flamvel counter with the Battling Boxer stuff with Infernobles now. Okay, well maybe you can adjust the build a little bit. I'm just going off of the list we just watched, yeah. But maybe there's a possibility.
For non-engine, I played 13 slots, just 3 talents, 1 call by. This card's crazy. I didn't see it all day, but you know, you draw it, you usually win. And then 3 book. That's it for the spell non-engine, and then main deck 3 droll and 3.
100%. 100%.
Imperm. I chose the 3 Imperm over like another set of books like Eclipse Order, just to be able to out things like Borderland and Respect Dragon Link a little more. So even though Reichphobia can out it, but not necessarily always getting to that card. That's it.
What's the main deck count?
40 even.
Nice size.
I guess we'll do the extra. 2 Astrolabe. It's pretty standard. You can play a third, but you don't need it. And this is I was doing Calamity combo all day, so you use 2 in the combo, and third never came up. 1 Lightheart, like I said. You know, if I was to play Cash, I would just respect Unicorn and not try to activate anything whenever they had a Unicorn out. 1 Sheep for the combo. 1 Azalea. This card's nuts. It's just generic removal, and then with Bish Balkan, you can just use the tokens to summon this and
Bish what?
get a free pop.
This is a Bish Balkan deck?
That's it for the little links, and then I played an Apollosa as well as an Abomination. The thinking with this was just, you play the Apollosa for hands where you get drolled and you feel like you need to end on more instead of just pops with Abomination. And then Abomination's for the like turn skip combo because it just makes your turn 3 easier to kill. That's it for links, and then just synchros. 1 Amritara. Just
this might be an unpopular opinion. I'm just thinking about this. It's completely off topic. But the more quarter century secrets I'm seeing, the more I feel like on certain cards, it doesn't fit that well. I'm not sure if I like it on every single version. Like on the Synchro, it looks fine. On the Synchro, it's cool. On the XYZ earlier, on the Noir in the Pearly deck, I didn't think it looked that great. Maybe that's just me.
Pretty self-explanatory. This card's not.
Maybe they look better IRL sometimes. I don't know.
That's 1 Chaos Angel.
I remember on the Chimera Fusion, that I pulled, I thought it looked pretty dope. But that one I had in my hand IRL, so maybe that's the main difference. But on Fusions, I thought it looked pretty sick.
I only made this a couple times, but this just helps kill turn 3. I never really make it going first. It doesn't really come up to have the protection. Plus, I was just turn skipping people all day. 1 Excel, 1 Baron, no Stardust or anything, because you don't really need it if you're just doing turn skips. And then 1 Pater, 1 Crimson. The standard lines, and then Bish Balkan and Calamity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I turn skipped a lot of people today. You win the die roll, you just make this.
I will be very, very surprised and very, very disappointed if they don't ban the turn skip combo in some way in the next ban list. I genuinely expect them to. I genuinely expect them to do this. And I would be very, very disappointed if they didn't.
It's a free game 1. That's it for the extra.
It doesn't even matter whether it's optimal to play it in this particular deck right now. That's not even the question. It's just about the fact that it's very, very easily facilitated and possible, right? And it's a realistic experience. Like, it's a realistic scenario that you have to experience at a tournament, is like getting turn skipped by this card. And I think that's just not a very good thing, right? It's like when they banned Cyberstein, even though it wasn't quite relevant yet, right? Like, it would have become relevant with Super Heavy Samurai, maybe, right? Even though it was arguably not even the best version of Super Heavy Samurai. Like, some people played it, but most people didn't. It's the same here. It's just the option shouldn't be there. It doesn't matter if it's better or if it's the optimal version. The option should not. It shouldn't even exist.
And on the side's a little janky, to be honest, but otherwise, kind of standard. Free Kurikara. This card's nuts. Didn't get to resolve it for a lot today, but in theory, this card, this card kills. It's just auto win against cash, and helps you with Burrowly. 3 Ash, siding Ash, just like, have like a low impact hand trap, hit like rogue decks and everything. And then 2 Crow. So I did the Crows today because I couldn't really fit a Bestial package on the side because I refused not to play 3 back row removal cards at a regional. Otherwise, these should be like 2 Magma and then find room for a Druis or something, because those cards are insane. Plus, I play Crossout, so cross-outing a Magnum against Dragon Link is nice.
I mean, what's stopping you from doing 1 Magna, 1 Druis? If you think they're better. I mean, you can side Crow in some matchups where you can't side Bestials. But in general, like, if that's your argument, Bestials are better than Crow, but you couldn't fit a full package. You can just play 1 and 1. That's not terrible.
My one other cross-out target is Shifter.
Oh, okay, cross-out.
I didn't play any cash today, but if I did, they'd have been a little shook, I hope. And then just, like I said, 3 cross-out. The thing with this is just, you just want to, game 2, game 3, whatever you side this in, you just want to hit Droll or whatever, and then just Calamity lock them, move on. Pretty simple. And then I did 3 Cosmic, and instead of 2 Cosmic and a Duster. I just prefer the channel outs, and this isn't bad like for other decks. Like, it's a regional. People.
It looked like a solid list to me. The fact that they played Shifter for crossout caught me off guard for a second, but I guess it does make sense. Yeah, this list looked solid. I'm not sure if you should end on the Calamity lock or if you should just end on other stuff, but like the overall concept of the deck was sound. Okay, we have Marincess, we have Mekanko, unfortunately without the deck profile, but it also was the Alaskan Regional with 31 Duelists. We have some more Pearlies. We have Rescue Ace. There is one Rescue Ace list that I wanted to look at, and that was the one from Ben from Raid and Trade. That one I wanted to see. I saw that they uploaded one. It's already from 2 weeks ago, but I like Ben's deck profiles. They're always in detail, so let me Okay.
Hey guys, welcome to the Raid and Trade YouTube channel. It's Ben, and today I'm bringing you my Dueling Nexus
It's
Rescue
Ben.
deck profile. Some of you may have seen my replays on DB Grinder, and a lot of people asked whether they could get the deck list or a profile. So I figured I'd just upload it, give a bit of my thoughts into it. Yep, so let's just get into it. Rescue Ace engine, 3 Hydrant and 3 Airlifters. These are pretty standard, they're pretty much the starters of the deck. Hydrant is the main monster everything kind of revolves around, but weirdly enough it's not a 1-card combo, while Airlifter still is. Hydrant only 2-card combos with Preventer and Turbulence, or Fire Engine I guess. But it's still really good to have it because a lot of your engine cards access each other. So even if you, as long as you open Hydrant, it's very likely that you somehow get to play the game. Yeah, 3 Airlifters self-explanatory with the new spell. This is 1-card combo, which I can show later, but I think the standard combos are pretty known by now. Then the start of the deck is the Turbulence. I'm playing 3. Most people like to only play 1 or 2 because they play it as a brick, but in my opinion it's kind of an extender. 2-card combos with Hydrant, so you want to open, unless you open exactly Airlifter, which basically loses to any interruption, you want to open 2-card combos, which is, for example, Hydrant plus Turbulence. That at least gets you something if they interrupt you on the Turbulence, for example, because you still get Heat Soul, but I can show that later. So I think just having this as a backup if they interrupt you and then being able to summon it and still get to set 4 is really strong. It's basically what I call the block dragon of the deck. Gets you infinite pluses, has a similar summoning condition as well, and getting it alive is nearly always possible unless you like completely wreck. And especially going second hard drawing is really good because it's a 3k beater as well. Then I'm playing 2 of the new one, 2 Preventer. This card is pretty custom. You can summon it by banishing 1 Rescue Ace, and it's a quick effect book if you control another Rescue Ace, and if it's sent to the graveyard, you can special summon and banish Rescue Ace. So what this does is it doesn't only give the deck a real monster interruption on your opponent's turn, but it also lets you extend it to the board a lot more than the deck naturally could do before. So this enables most of the link plays you're going to see. And since this is also a name that summons by just banishing 1, it combos with Hydrant. So you can go normal Hydrant.
My Rescue Ace win rate on high-rated DB is like 96.8. Is that you playing Rescue Ace or you playing against Rescue Ace? I'm assuming against Rescue Ace? Oh, playing Rescue Ace, okay.
Let's say you have both of these. You can go normal Hydrant, switch to Turbulence, and then you can banish the Hydrant, link to these 2, and then you can banish these 2 for Turbulence. But I'm going to show that later on. I think it's kind of confusing right now. And then I'm playing 1 Impulse in the main. This is really interesting and something I'm not sure about yet, because it's a concept that most players approach differently. Rescue Aces have a unique mechanic, which lets them tribute themselves if your opponent activates a monster effect on the board. And Impulse, for example, summons a Rescue Ace from deck, the machine one. Airlifter summons from hand, and then there's a third one, Monitor, that summons from graveyard. So a lot of people play this as a 3-off because it's an, so to speak, in-engine hand trap. The problem with this is that it's...
I mean, yes, but what do you really summon?
Very, very unlikely to actually set up interruption with this, unless you play multiple Fire Engine or Fire Attackers, which are kind of bricks, in my opinion. So, since this only gets you advantage on your opponent's turn, or like access to a starter card, I think I valued having a real interruption, having a real going second card, over multiple copy of this, and just decided to keep 1 to have it available searchable going first if I want to diversify the end board.
It's like the way I understood it, and Ben probably knows Rescue Ace better than I do at this point. But the way I understood it, the Impulse is kind of like a mini Phantasme, right? It's like it triggers on your opponent's turn, it gets you some stuff, but it does not really disrupt your opponent, right? Which that can be good in certain scenarios, but it can also just not be relevant if your opponent is comboing off.
Pretty much. I'm playing 1 Fire Engine. This goes with Impulse first and foremost, but it's also just an extender. And sometimes you want to summon it on your opponent's turn. It basically just says if you normal special summon a Rescue Ace, special summon this from hand. And if your opponent special summons, you get to special summon a level 4 lower Rescue Ace from deck, hand, or graveyard. So basically what you're trying to do is trigger the Impulse on your opponent's turn by tributing it, summon the Fire Engine, then as soon as they special summon their next thing, you can either special summon an Airlifter or a Hydrant to your side of the field, and then suddenly 1 card became 2 cards. But it's kind of weird, right?
1 card became 2 cards. Pause.
Yes, the Airlifter does get you an immediate search, so this is not a fake plus. But your opponent, most of the time, will be able to remove these bodies, so you're going to be stuck with 5 cards in hand again, so not really a lot of that changed of your starting position. So I'm just running 1-1 in the main, and I'm signing the additional impulses for going second. Then 3 of the new cards, an Emergency Teleport, called Emergency, funny enough.
This really makes the deck way more consistent. This makes Airlifter 1-card combo. And you can also banish it in the grave to reset a Rescue Ace trap from the grave. This actually does come up in the grind if you don't have access to your field spell. Then one of spells. I'm playing one of the field spell. I think the field spell is needed, even though it's just an extra normal summon turn one most of the time, since it's the only real way to recycle your traps. So if you want to...
I don't see that many people playing the field spell. Am I, or did I just miss that in the deck list we looked at earlier from Ryan Levine? The field spell, I don't see that often.
Continue playing after turn 2. You want to have a way to search this for turn 3. And it also makes it easier to kill turn 3, I guess. There's an argument to play 2 in case you get board cleared on this, because then you're really losing your grind game, but I don't think it's worth it. And if you really want to, you can also reset this off the trap that I'm going to show in a minute. Then one rescue, it's a monster reborn for rescue aces, but if you control Hydrant, you can also summon from the opponent's grave, any monster. This can also act as like a DD Crow-like interruption. One alert. This one adds back a rescue ace from the graveyard, or if you control Hydrant, you can add one from the deck. This is kind of a worse Rhoda, and because you only really want to have it when you have the Hydrant, I like to only play one. I think everybody's only playing one, but you kind of want it in the deck, because sometimes when you resolve a Turbulence with a Hydrant next to it, Hydrant lets you activate one Rescue Ace quick play or trap the turn it's set by another Rescue Ace card. So sometimes you want to set the alert, and then you can immediately activate it with Hydrant to search another extender. Let's say you search a Preventer, all on turn 1. So it's basically an important extender to play. And then for the Rescue Ace traps, I'm playing the Contain, which is...
Lord, these two look so similar, man. I can't wait for someone to flip this one thinking they activated this one, or vice versa.
Imperm, but if you control Hydrant, it also like warning points the monster. Like can't use
same
it for
with these two traps. The exact same issue with the next
material Synchro Fusion Xyz.
Yeah.
Playing one Extinguish.
I guess they do have the thing written on it, very large.
Pops in opponent's effect monster, and if you control Hydrant, they cannot activate the effects of monsters with that turn for the rest of the turn, with that name for the rest of the turn. These are the main interruptions that you want to set up of Turbulence, and even though it doesn't seem that crazy, the fact that you're accessing this from one card, like up to 4 sets, usually lets you survive the turn with non-engine or whatever if you're going first. So it's not like an FTK endboard, but 95% of the time it's going to be strong enough to sub the opponent. And then I decided to also run the
Verstärken.
Reinforce. This one's kind of mediocre because it has a weird field effect, and a lot of people are cutting it. It only gives, like, the field effect is to push one Rescue monster by 1500, attack and defense, and make it unaffected by opponent's monster effects, and protect by battle 1 time. So the way you want to use the field effect is basically if you're getting Zeused, or like if your opponent is starting to clear your board and you're out of interruptions, and you want to make like a Hydrant stick or a Turbulence stick to be able to have a starter on the next turn, or like force an interruption on the next turn again. But I think the most important part about this card and why I want to run it is the effect in the graveyard. You can banish it in the grave to reset a Rescue Ace spell, and that's really important, or like that enables a really cool play, where if you control Hydrant on your opponent's turn, you use this, for example on the Hydrant, make it unaffected, and then either still like while the opponent is playing, or in the end phase you can banish it, and reset the Reborn if you haven't used it already. Like, let's say you use the Reborn on your own turn, you can reset it on your opponent's turn, and due to Hydrant, you can immediately activate it. So you can DD Crow your opponent on top, or get Fallout from your graveyard with this. So basically like also copies the spell from grave.
I like this profile because it's explaining what the deck does a little bit, and as someone who's not played the deck yet, it does help. That's why I'm also fine with it being a little bit longer right now, because I did want to look into Rescue Ace anyways to understand what it's doing, because like I personally don't plan on using Rescue Ace as of now. I think the deck is fine, but I don't know, like I don't think it's good enough for me to consider it for a main event. But it's definitely like something that you should understand when you're going into an event, right? And so that's why yeah.
And then that's it for the Rescue Ace engine. I'm not running the arrow.
Bismarck Omen, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you.
In the main deck, since in the side deck, because I think it's mainly a target for Impulse. Yeah, I'm not running the Trap Searcher because I think the deck already has a lot of normal summons, and searching additional traps isn't really that important. If you can only access like 1 or 2 traps, that's fine, and just going normal summon monitor, search a trap, is never going to be strong enough, so it's not worth it. Yeah, 3 Prosperity for consistency. The deck doesn't care about its extra deck all too much, although I value the flexibility that it has. But yeah, Prosperity is just very strong in any deck that can play it. 1 Rhoda, because it searches Airlifter, the 1-card combo. 1 for 1, because you can summon Hydrant.
Ooh, I thought they were all machines.
1 for 1 is actually also a 1-card combo, because you still have your normal summon, so you can go Hydrant, search Airlifter. kind of sucks because this deck is kind of a mid-range deck, so you don't like to discard cards for plays that can potentially stop. So like 1-for-1, for example, just neg 1 into Ash, into Imperm, into Valor, etc. But I think you have to run it because the deck is not really that consistent. One Cult by the Grave to play through Ash, because Ash in Emergency really hurts. And then for non-engine, I'm running 3 Ash Blossom, because it's just the most generic one. 3 Nibiru. I'm not really sure on this one. The format is pretty new still, and we have to see how it evolves, like which decks really get popular, which decks are overhyped. But I think Nibiru is a card that works really well in this deck, because Rescue Ace is very weird. It's very weird in the non-engine that it wants to run, because you don't want to run too many background non-engine, like you don't want to run too many imperms, books, etc. Because you're going to be setting 4 of your engine cards turn 1 most of the time. So that can conflict. Then you want to run cards that you can draw into with the Fire Attacker on your opponent's turn, and Nibiru qualifies for all of that. So it's a card that even if they stop your turn 1, you're very safe most of the time not to die, so you can so you can win on the crackback. Of course, it's not live against everything right now, but I think it's still worth considering just because it's so powerful on its own. Also, the buddy helps because Rescue Ace doesn't really spam the board, and anybody that helps you make Charmers, make generic Link monsters is really good. 3 Super Poly.
No draw? I don't even know if it counts towards the 100% speedrun, because this is from 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if it counts if there's no draw.
I mean, this card is really stupid. I think any format that is viable and you should probably play it. You don't really mind discarding in this deck, because there's not a ton of extenders, and most of the extenders need cards in the graveyard to banish, so that's really helpful. And it also acts as an extender, and Mudrag even protects your place, so Super Poly really strong. 2 Valor, additional hand trap. And then I'm running 1 Terran King Regulus. You guys might have seen my combo on DV Grinder. I'm going to explain it in the site a bit, but the deck basically doesn't have any in-engine out to Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, etc. So I decided to make a little extra deck package that can search Regulus to protect you from these board breakers. And then currently I'm trying out a 45 card list that has 2 more books and 3 Period.
I sent you a Rescue Ace PowerPoint to explain the deck. Oh. You can't target him, stop trying. I'm not cheating by activating the stuff to turn their set. He lets me do that. Just don't draw the traps. Right! This guy sucks. Nobody plays him. Move along. Only starter in the deck. Hand trap this for sure. He lifts air. Halfness for... If this is summoned, remove it. The negate effect stops Arise and Noir. Why did you try to remove it now? They summon from deck and dodge the removal. He attacks fire. It's very cool. Extender that sometimes chain blocks. Makes Impulse Phantasme. Oh, see, I was right. It's Phantasme. Extender that chain blocks. He is very bad, but sometimes he's summoned from deck, so he's cool. Extender by banishing from graveyard. Book of Moon with another Rescue Ace. Floats into banished. Good card, I guess. Summons himself. On the field, he is 4 Stovey Torbies. Negate this if you can. Oops, they chained emergency. Nice imperm loser. Don't read the third effect. Destroy other cards before him. If you have 4 Rescue Ace cards in Banished Grave and haven't won, you're shit. Only matchup this comes up is maybe Labyrinth. Double Summon is from 2006 or some shit. It's not a good card. It is Pearl Rhino though. That 500 attack boost goes crazy. Adds a Rescue Ace from Grave, but if you have Hydrant, it's Rhoda. You usually have Hydrant. Quick play Reborn or Rescue Ace. With Hydrant, it steals your cards, so really good for building up my bind. Oh, God. Summons a Rescue Ace from deck and tributes a Rescue Ace from hand or field. Banishes itself to reset a trap from grave. Yes, you can use both effects in a turn, even the turn it's sent. No way, unaffected by monster effects. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit, this is the best card in the game. Anyway, this card sucks ass. If you play it, your ass. You can side it for the Super Heavy Samurai matchup. They don't play spells. Fiendish Chain, but not continuous. With Hydrant, it's no material too. Ignister players in Shamble. Okay. Thank you for the very for the very good Rescue Ace TLDR. I would prefer if you don't call every single Rescue Ace card racist. That is kind of awkward.
Map, because this can search Hydrant, but I'm not really all that sure about it. I just wanted to quickly note it. Maybe it's less maps, maybe it's no maps at all, you stay at 40. But I think even with all like maxing out the standard starters without Piri, it's not that consistent, so I'm really looking for cards that can help me open combo more often. Yep. So that's it for the main deck. It's 40 cards. If you want to run the Piri Rice map, I would probably run like 44 or 45 cards, which isn't all that bad because the deck has a lot of garnets. And as long as you keep the balance up between starters and non-engine cards, you should be alright. For the extra deck, you run one Linkaribo. You need this for Hydrant. Like, you could run Anima, but having the Linkaribo enables a few other plays in the extra deck. You could run both, of course, I guess. Proxy F Magician. This can make Mudrag on your turn to protect your Turbulence from Impermo Valor. And it's also a generic Cyber Sling 2 that you can use for Heat Soul, because these two can make Heat Soul, since they're different attributes. Then Dark Charmer. You can only make this with Linkaribo, pretty much. Fire Charmer. Surprisingly, this comes up very often if your opponent ashes you. Like, even turn 1, you can extend it to Apollousa. If they ash you, or going second, you can make Heat Leo with this. Which I'm also playing, because it's just free back row, and it's very good against Pearly, because you can remove the My Friend without having to destroy it.
Bro, the extra deck these days of decks that just don't really need it are just batshit crazy. It's so funny. You just play all kinds of shit.
Then Nightmare Phoenix, just generic back removal, very good. It's also Fire Monster, so you can go Phoenix into Heat Leo. Unicorn, again, generic removal, access card climb. Then one Heat Soul. You can make this turn 1 with Linkaribo Proxy F.
Nice.
Let's say you... Well, I can show the combo afterwards. It's basically like Hydrant plus Preventer or Hydrant plus Turbulence. You could make Heat Soul if you want to. Then I'm running one Apollousa, and one Access Code is Link Force. And then Garura and Mudragon as Super Poly targets. And then my spicy package, I guess, is one Puzzlomino, one Merrymaker, and the Sargus. So basically, the deck doesn't have a lot of XYZ access, because the only rank force, the only level 4s you have is the Trap and the Spell Searcher, and since I'm not running the the Trap Searcher, I would have to summon 2 Airlifters to make a rank 4, which is really neck. So I figured out that if we link into Puzzlomino, and then we're able to trigger it to make something level 4, we can actually go Merrymaker into Sargers, which is also an additional body that after searching Regulus, we can just link off for Apollousa. I'm going to show the combo in a second.
Yes, show me the combo.
And then side deck, 4 back removal, Duster, and 3 Cosmic.
Skip the side deck, show me that combo!
You can... And one Fire Attacker, just help. So,
yes.
What you're going to do is, you're going to normal summon Airlifter, use the effect to search a spell. Search Emergency, activate the Emergency, just summon Hydrant from deck, and tribute the monster that you opened. So you're going to tribute the Impulse in this case, which is, like, it really doesn't matter which one it is. You're going to use Hydrant to search your Rescue Ace monster, and this will be the Turbulence. And then you summon the Turbulence by banishing the 2 cards in grave. So basically what makes this play work is that you can keep the level 4 on board here, to overlay later. And then you use the effect to set 4 from deck. You're going to set the Reborn, it's really important which ones you set here. Set the Alert, and then you can go for... You need these 2 and then 2 of the others, probably the 2 Interruption Traps. So because of Hydrant you can use the Alert right away to search for Preventer. Then you're going to use the Preventer, summon it by banishing the Alert. So
this is a lot of cards from 2 cards. I'm just saying.
This is the point where you make the Puzzlomino. You link up the Turbo.
We're probably gonna turn it into not as many cards now. That's the feeling I'm getting. The feeling I'm getting is we have a lot of cards and now we're gonna make it less cards.
And the Preventer, like Puzzlomino, and then Preventer triggers, summons a banished Rescue Ace to the zone the Puzzlomino points to. Then Puzzlomino can make it level 4. So now you have 2 level 4s on the board. Merrymaker, Sargus, effect of Sargus to search Therian King. Then these make Apollousa. And then you summon the Regulus. It doesn't really matter what you equip here. Cool interaction is that if you control the Hydrant, your spells and traps get extra effects. And that also works if you control the Hydrant in the spell trap zone, because they only mention the name but I don't like to equip it to Regulus, because as soon as you use the Regulus, you lose the body. And since you want to start off the opponent's turn with rescuing something to your board, let's say an airlifter, you will lose the Hydrant immediately if you use Regulus, and you wouldn't be able to put another Hydrant on board with this setup. So what I'd rather do instead is equip something random and then stand by face of your opponent, special summon the Hydrant back. And even though this leaves you open to like them running over the Hydrant, you can still contain the monster, because this also prevents them from attacking. You can of course also choose to summon something bigger, but that wouldn't get the extra effects. And then the other variation is Hydrant plus Turbulence, for example.
I can DM you a better combo if you want. I mean, yeah, if
You would
you
go
have it ready.
normal summon Hydrant, Turbulence in hand, search for Preventer. So you have Turbulence and Preventer in hand. Link one for Link Karibo, summon Preventer.
I'm feeling stupid. Why are we making Sargass? Because it searches Regulus. Is the idea here, which I'm not sure if it's optimal, but I mean, I guess it's an option you have. Yeah.
Banishing this. Now here you need a generic Link 2, which will be the Proxy of Magician, and then Preventer will summon the Hydrant.
This combo is funny because it just makes you makes your Turbulence unimpermeable, unveilable.
And here you can choose, either you use Proxy F, make Mud Dragons, summon Turbulence after making Mud Dragon Fire, and
This is what they did a lot in the OCG, to make sure the Turbulence resolves, because that is like the most important part about the deck, is like not getting impermed or veilered on your Turbulence.
then you just use it for set. Or you use the Link Karibo effect, Reborn it, and then you can make Heat. So same thing, summon this, now this isn't protected, you can set 4, and this draws your cards. So this was it for my Rescue Ace deck profile. You have a quick guide with it. I hope it helped, and I hope it was interesting. I think the deck isn't solved at all yet, so I'm gonna
be honest, Rescue Ace. So I don't hate the deck. What's personally stopping me from playing it is the fact that I just feel like the concept isn't something I like. Like the concept of having this one card, the Turbulence, that sets you so many other cards that are like all of the Rescue Ace cards are kind of mediocre, right? Like all of the Rescue Ace cards are kind of mediocre by themselves. It's only good because you get all of them at once, I think. And the I just don't like having to play so many cards that you technically don't want to see. Rescue Ace as a deck functions even when Turbulence doesn't resolve. I mean, I'm sure it can function, but I'm sure it's not as good as other decks if Turbulence doesn't resolve. But it's not so much about getting Turbulence negated. It's just about the concept of I'm running like so many other cards that aren't as great to enable this one card to do a lot. That I just don't like. I simply don't like it. But I also know that when Herman likes a deck, that there's nothing in the world that can convince him that it's not the best deck in the universe. But I don't think it is the best deck in the universe. Why is there a Salamangreat deck in my eyesight right now? Why is there a Salamangreat deck in my eyesight? Third place Toronto Regionals. All right, I know this guy.
What is going on, YouTube? It's your boy Spanko with the one and only Matt Van Hoovel here. So, what did you do today?
There's been multiple salad tops? Yo.
I played Toronto Regionals and finished X.
Yo, Ryan in the background. Hello, Ryan.
One, losing the final round to Ryan Yu, and I finished 3rd place.
And what deck were you playing today?
I was playing Salamangreat.
So I'm excited because I didn't think Salad was going to be doing anything right now. I knew they got new support, but apparently it's a good deck. So yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's always a good deck, but it's very meta dependent. So,
okay, and you feel like right now it's good?
Yeah, it was a meta call. The deck plays really, really well into Droll, Ash, Imperm, and like Book of Moons do nothing to it. D-Barrier does nothing.
That's probably true. I mean, all those cards are popular.
And those are all the cards people are main decking right now, pretty much. So
okay.
It was a meta call. The deck performed well.
Into Duelist Cap? I mean, okay, you can use Circle in the draw phase. It depends what kind of normal summon you do, right? Like, for example, something like Buffalo. When you do Buffalo, you would be drawing and searching the field spell at the same time, and then get drolled after. If you do something like Lady Debug or the new Salamangreat of Fire, then droll can hurt. You might still be able to play, but the droll, I don't think it's always insane into droll. There's definitely hands that are weak, that are going to be weak to it.
Down by some nasty labyrinth tech.
You'll end on Sunlight plus Trap through droll if you open up a Salamangreat of Fire. Yeah, but that's not that good.
But it is what it is.
Yep.
It does play, at least, right? It does play, which is a bonus, right? I mean, doing something under droll is better than just passing. I guess we can probably settle on that.
You want to get right into it?
Sure. So for the main deck, I played 3 of the new starter.
Yes.
Salamangreat of Fire.
I love this card. I'm not saying it's phenomenal. I'm not saying it's a super good card, but I just love it. I like it. I think it's cool.
It's basically the new Stratos for the deck. 1 card combo to end on a board that's not just Sunlight Wolf and Roar Pass, which is what the deck typically used to do. It locks you into fire, so no access code OTKs, but doesn't really matter when you overwhelm them and end on 2 traps.
Okay.
You can't play through. The other normal summons, I was playing 2 Foxy and 2 Flame Buffalo. This is still my favorite normal summon of the...
Buffalo is, like, weird now, because it kind of, like, you know, you can't do both. They won't synergize together. It's kind of like Salamangreat of Fire is your new, better Lady Debug, and it's always been a problem of, am I gonna have 3 Lady Debug and Buffaloes in my deck, right? Typically, I mean, 5 seems like a fine amount to me. But yeah,
Deck
Buffalo is still, of course,
plays
I mean, if you can resolve Buffalo, it's a phenomenal card.
through most interruptions except for Book of Moon. But you need the Foxies as removal for like Skill Drain and Kickaboo and other really...
You could argue 1 Foxy works because it's so highly searchable, right? Because for some reason, we're going to talk about that when we do the Banlist discussion. For some reason, Gazelle is still at 1. But you play a lot of searches for Gazelle, and all the things that search Gazelle also search Foxy. So in case you do get floodgated, you can probably find a way to access Foxy.
Annoying things. I played against a Mechanco player who put up the spell that says I can't target them, and this outs it. So it was very good. I would play 3, but normal summons are... You don't want to clog with them.
Yep.
Best card of the deck, Gazelle, obviously. I played...
Give me back Gazelle to 3.
3 Spinny, the best discard for Buffalo.
I can be trusted
and then
with
for
it.
the one-of monsters, I played 1 Weasel, which is the extender I always wished existed back when the deck was meta before. It's level 3 that you can just special summon out even after you get nibbed. Very, very nice. 1 Jaguar and 1 Falco. Everyone plays 2 Jack Jaguar. It's not necessary if you don't play Desires, and I think that card sucks, especially in this deck. So
spoiler.
I'm playing all kinds of 1-ofs, and I never ever play Desires in this deck.
Okay.
Hand traps. I played the 3 Ash and 3 Droll standard for this format. They were fantastic. Ash is the best hand trap in this deck because you recycle it every turn and wins you games off that. That's it for the monsters. I'll probably experiment with a different monster lineup moving forward, but I just built this with the new cards that I got yesterday. So.
Okay.
I played pretty standard.
I'd say you did pretty good for
I just
building
built
a deck
it for
in one day.
consistency to start, and then I'll play
Thank you, Emre, for the 13 months. Appreciate that.
around with ratios, maybe for Vancouver, we'll see.
Okay.
For spells, I played the 1 of Sanctuary.
I love Salad, but whenever I see this card, it reminds me of how shitty it feels to draw this card. Honestly, if they want to make solid Salad support, they should just think of a way how this card is not a brick. Right? Maybe they can make a legendary ocean type card that's treated as the same name, right? It's treated as the same card, but it does something that makes you want to draw it, right? Or an in-engine way to return cards back into the deck, something like that. I don't know, something like that.
That loves to stick to your hand. 3 copies of Will, the best spell in the deck. 3 of the Circle, second best spell, and then Consistency. I'm not sure if we'll play 3 of this moving forward, but it's a good card. And then for tech, again, standard for this format, Book of Moons, fantastic, going second and first against most decks.
Yep.
Self-explanatory. The one of Tactics, Talent, just good. Don't want to brick on it, so I don't want to see 2. Breaks Kashtira, which is a bad matchup, so it's good.
That's fair.
For traps, I played the 1 Rage and 2 Roar. I've religiously always played this ratio of traps. I know 1-1 is standard, and even in the Desires build, which blows my mind. But I want to dump this off of...
Bro, it's simple. You just have to do it like our 2019 world champion Kuki Kusaka. You just have to activate Desires, and then just go ahead and normal summon after, make Bailings, search Sanctuary, search the one of Gazelle, send the one of Jaguar, and just be fine like that, right? That's exactly what he did against me in the feature match. It just activate Desires and everything was left in the deck. And then you're fine just playing 1 of each. This is completely fine. Yo, Drewski, thank you for the 7 subs. Did that bring us back to 1K? Are we a 1K and we're a 1K Andy again? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That didn't take long for us to get back where we started. Thank you. Okay, here you go. and then follow it up with the prime. Thank you for the 8 months. What is this song? What do you mean? This song is a certified banger. That's what it is.
Gazelle turn 1, and then set it with his own effect, and then search that with the Raging Phoenix, so I have both, and then I want to have a second one for just cleaning the game up. Because once, if you...
Where's the dialogue from? It's just from random, like it's from some of my feature matches. I don't know who made it.
Break their board, and then set a roar, they can't come back. There's nothing they can draw.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
And then the last thing is 3 imperms for, the format.
Yep.
I love this deck. I just love the idea of this deck being viable. I don't think it's that great. It's probably not. Maybe after a ban list if Gazelle comes back to 2 or 3. But I just love the idea of a world where this deck is playable. Like the idea, the format where this deck is viable just can't possibly be a bad format. There's no shot that if this deck is viable, the format is fine.
So a lot of
It's just
consistency,
fine.
but no real, I guess, draw power in the deck.
Well, that's not exactly true, because you get draws off of Heat Soul, and you get draws off of the Weasel, which is kind of nice, and the Flame Buffaloes, too.
Okay.
So sometimes you can do all those in one turn, and it's pretty significant.
Okay, nice.
I'm still desperately waiting for the day, though, where they announce that all Salamangreat cards will from now on be Pyro-type monsters, and that the Cyberse type will from now on be deleted. I'm still waiting for that day. That's going to be the best day in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the day that's going to save Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
Moving on to the extra deck. I think it's relatively standard. The one of Mirage Stalio. If you need more than one, you're playing the deck wrong.
Okay.
3 Balinks.
Giga Chan.
3 Sunlight Wolf. 1 Heat Leo. I really wish I had space for a second one, but space is an issue with the new Raging Phoenix now. So
Okay.
it is what it is. Still incredibly important to link climb, and I don't understand why people don't play that card. 2 Raging Phoenix, the best new boss monster of the deck. Searches the traps. It's fantastic. And then basically the other Solomon Great card, which is Heat Soul.
Is this even that easy to make? I guess you can you when you start with Salamangreat or Fire, you can't, right? It locks you out of it. But there's probably combos with when you start with Buffalo and such, you probably still play like Splash Mage and Transcode and stuff like that, right? Just in case you don't open with Salamangreat or Fire.
When your things don't go the way you want them to go, you can make that guy.
Just end on Easel.
Yeah, I think I did that once or twice, but usually I sort of go into him mid combo, draw 1, and then make the Raging Phoenix with him, which is kind of nice. And then the other cards I was playing, one of this Link Decoder, which allows you to basically make 3-card access code instead of a 4-card access code. But it's pretty easy. Really, you make a 2-card access code play, because 2 cards makes this brings something back, which comes into that. These 2 make this, then you draw a card off that, and then all 3 of these 2 make access codes.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, that's way better than this thing, which I'm not playing moving forward. And I threw it in last minute because I thought I'd regret not playing it. But every time it's always overkill, and this card sucks.
Okay.
And then access code, because it's the best card.
Nice.
I mean, well, yeah, Update Jammer is something you're not gonna like very much if you don't play transcode, right? There was no transcode. And without transcode, you can technically still do Update Jammer into access code OTK, but it's harder to do, right? It needs 1 more monster. I cut Update Jammer from the list I got second with at the remote duel YCS. It's overkill. I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong when saying Update Jammer isn't necessary. Like it might still be fine. Splash Update is still game. Yeah, I find it hard to imagine. I find it hard to imagine that the option is not good. Like, I think the option to just end the game out of nowhere is something that other cards don't really provide in Salamangreat. Like, it's... Yeah. I don't know. But maybe he's right. Maybe you don't need it.
I'm not playing Baguska because there's only 2 level 4s in the deck.
Oh, okay.
And then the side deck, relatively untested.
What would you play instead even? I mean, there's probably plenty of cards that Salamangreat would want instead. Because the extra deck for Salad is incredibly tight just by default because of the archetypes mechanic, right? Because they always try to link into the same monster. That's the only reason you have to play 3 Bailings, 3 Sunlight Wolves and shit like that, right? You would definitely like to have some more flex spots in this deck, I'm sure.
So I'm sure it can be improved.
Okay.
But I was playing 2 ghost spells that I did not see against Ryan Yu. It's also for like branded, and yeah, it's just a good card. 2 Kurikaras.
Bro, the Starlights.
Recyclable off Sunlight.
I still stand by it. Main deck Starlights, I don't like it. I don't like shuffling a card and like flicking the cards in my hand when there's a freaking $400 card in my hand. I don't like it. I like extra deck ones. I like extra deck Starlights, but main deck ones.
Wolf and self-explanatory in this format. I was playing 2 Nibiru's because I was afraid of big combo decks. Mid-range decks like this can struggle against like massive boards that like Manadium can set up and stuff like that. Plus it hard counters Kashtira, which is a bad matchup, obviously.
Okay.
I played the one of Called by the Grave for when I go first against decks that could shifter me. That's pretty much it. I put this in against Lab as well. The furniture builds, I did not see it against Ryan Yu.
I love how it always goes back to that.
Someone is mad that they lost to Ryan Yu. Someone really wanted to make a regional winning Salamangreat deck profile. Someone is hurt.
I sided 3 evenly matched, which I think are good against most of the bad matchups of the meta. Like against Purely, it simplifies it to just the Noir, which you can overwhelm. And against Kashtira, it
Thank you, No Motion. Thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Good to have you back.
simplifies it to just a Rise Heart, which is...
Ryan did win this regional. Yeah, Ryan won this regional with Furniture Lab.
Still a problem, but as you saw, there's a decent number of outs to it, especially after putting in the Kurikaras and stuff like that.
Yep.
I've played the 3 standard barrier of the format. Self-explanatory.
I hate this card so much.
And then the last minute, I switched to playing 2 of these because I think it's better than most other floodgates. Right?
Wait, Ryan played 3 clocks? No, I didn't watch it. I skipped it because I thought it was just Furniture Lab. But the more you guys tell me about it, the more I want to see it.
Right now, like it's...
Mr. Trevor and Dandy After Hours, thank you guys for the subs. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys.
Hinders, Kashtira, Branded, potentially Labyrinth, a bit Vanquished Soul, which did come up actually.
Vanadium as well?
Yeah, Vanadium. So I think overall it hits the most decks as opposed to Ravelry goes in right now.
Yep.
There's a lot of mono-type, mono-attribute decks right in the
Okay,
meta.
that's the end of the list anyways. Yeah, okay. Let's watch the Ryan U list. Bop, 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 bop.
Hey guys, we're here with Ryan Yu, who just...
We are now, by the way, literally in the background of the other video that we just watched. We are just 3 tables further into the room.
Just went undefeated at Toronto Regionals with Labyrinth. Oh man, how are you liking the deck for the new format?
I think it's gonna be really good next format when Kashtira hopefully gets hit on the ban list. Like I think the matchups against decks like Purely and Rescue Ace and Unchained are all manageable.
Okay.
Unchained's like a little bit questionable, but yeah, I think this deck is really well positioned for next format as soon as Cash dies.
Awesome. Well, I guess before we get to the...
I don't think it's unreasonable for them to hit Labyrinth a little bit. I'm not sure if they want to because the deck gets more support, but we're gonna talk about that as well in the tier list, the ban list discussion.
Any shoutouts?
Yeah. So shout out to James, of course, for having me on. Shout out to my team, Team Raid and Trade. Make sure to check out their YouTube channel for more deck profiles in the future. Shout outs to my teammates. Shout outs to my friends in WAF and the Bozos. And yeah, shout outs to Alec and Pack as well for lending me cards.
Awesome. Let's get right to the list then.
Yeah. So I played Furniture Labyrinth. I wanted to take a bit of a different approach to this deck because, I mean, I've just been playing it for a while, so it got a bit boring. I wanted to try out some new stuff, and it worked out. So this is like heavy Furniture engine. So 3 Ariana, still 2 Lady, because this card's like a super brick. It just does nothing on its own. So you just...
There was a time during our Worlds preparation where we played 1 of this in Furniture Lab because we just did not want to see it. Like, we wanted to search it sometimes, but we did not want to draw this card. The only reason why we went back to 2 was because we were planning to use the Labyrinth deck in the mirror match, like against our opponent's Labyrinth. And this card is phenomenal in the mirror match. It's so freaking toxic in the mirror match. It's like the Paleo mirror when your opponent has Paleos in the graveyard and you don't want to activate any trap cards because they get back the Paleo and you don't. That's what this card does in the Labyrinth mirror match. Like, if your opponent has it, you just don't want to use your trap cards because it's so bad. That's why we ended up going back to 2. In the TCG right now, honestly, if Labyrinth is not that popular, you can just play 1.
Just want 2 for engine requirement. 1 lovely, of course. Shout outs to Joey Chow. Furniture, 3. So I maxed out. Normally it's like 3, and 1 clock.
So I kind of like this. I was also considering more Coup Clocks for our Labyrinth deck for Worlds. I like opening Coup Clock plus Furniture. It's just really good to open Coup Clock plus Furniture. It just makes it's basically like opening a hand trap. A really good hand trap at that. The only problem with that is, of course, if you draw Coup Clock and no Furniture, it's really bad, especially going second. Going first, it's fine to just draw Coup Clock Ariana or something. That's really good. But going second, if you draw Coup Clock without a Furniture, it's so bad.
I decided to play 3 clock to boost consistency a little bit, going first and second. It's an easy side out. Like almost every game, going second, I was siding these out because with Ash and Bell, like these super strong game
the
one.
cool clock play is also really bad into Ash and Bell.
When they resolve, but post side when they get Ash and Bell, it's like you're.
Are signed cards on the front legal? I think the official thing is you always have to check with the head judge, but normally, I want to say maybe it's even in the policy documents, but I don't want to say anything wrong. But as long as it's only on the image, as long as it doesn't cover any other important parts of the card, they are allowed. Right? As long as they are just inside the image, you can play them.
Pitching 3 cards to do nothing. So that was good. So for the hand traps, I played 3 Nibiru, 3 Ash.
As long as it's on the image and the card is immediately recognizable. Yeah. If it covers too much art, it's not. Okay, yeah, I guess if you take a Sharpie and freaking color the entire thing black so no one can tell what card it is, that would probably not be legal. But if you just have like some text on it, like someone sign your card or something like that, that is legal, right? But like in any specific cases where it might cover too much artwork, it's up to the head judge to decide what's legal and what's not. So if you ever have a card like that you're not sure about, you just go to the head judge before the tournament and you ask. That's basically what you have to do.
Gamma and Driver.
Okay.
So Nibiru was for
oh my god, still. I understand it's probably correct. It's probably correct, but it does not feel right. It's one of those things, you know, that like that feels illegal even though it's not illegal. To just play 1 Gamma and 1 Driver, dude. Oh man. I thought we were done with Gamma now that they limited it. I thought we were done. I thought we were through with this.
and Rescue Race and Kashtira.
Yeah, in this deck it's fine because you have 6 furnitures that can discard the driver. It's not that bad.
It's good against rogue decks. Like I played against Salamander last round in this. Like I saw this. I didn't need it, but it definitely would have been good. I think you just have to respect the decks that have a lot of explosive potential with this deck, because like your combo isn't super impressive, right? You're looping maybe 1 or 2 cards out of their hand, but they still get to like you're out of interrupts after, and you have to grind. So having a bomb like Nibiru is really good. Ash is really good against just rogue decks, right? It's super good against random stuff like Labyrinth or the Fusion decks. Like this on Branded Fusion or Mirror Sword Knight is super good. And then Gamma Driver. Gamma's like super good with all the furniture cards. It's very good for protecting the welcomes from getting ashed and belled. It's also good with Extravagance. And I don't know. I don't know if this is optimal. I would probably play it again. It was good for me. I just thought it would be kind of funny. So you can just pitch the driver if you draw it. So like the risk reward is a lot better than.
Dude, Ryan just does stuff because it would be funny and just ends up winning tournaments every time. This dude literally told me that he played Chainburn at Dragon Duel Worlds because he thought it'd be funny and he didn't really plan on, you know, doing any well at it, and then just ends up winning Worlds. Dude put freaking Dice Jar into his Worlds deck because it would be funny and won Worlds with it. Insane.
Okay.
And then 3 Extrav, 1 Prosperity. Extrav is pretty standard.
Oh, Master Duel ban list. Pog. Mans was building after Master Duel ban list.
1 Prosperity just because a little bit of extra consistency. As long as you're not like playing 3 of each, then they shouldn't conflict too much. They were both great. And then for the last spells, 1 Called by, 1 Labyrinth. I think this deck is just so much better when the welcomes actually resolve compared to when you get ashed and belled. So I wanted to main deck this card, like even if it's just for Ash game 1 and then post side it hits more stuff. It's also like pretty much a trap card, right? This card's perfect.
I think you could argue Solemn Strike is better in that case. I was thinking about using Solemn Strike in Lab. I think that card's really good. Maybe he did as well.
And the field spell, because I'm playing a much higher engine count, so it makes a little more sense to be able to convert that advantage into the field spell. And this is super good in matchups like a Tearlament, the Mirror Match, Despia, anything with like where you need to clear bodies. This is really good. Traps, pretty imperm, pretty straightforward. It's pretty great. Synergizes with Lady.
It helps, yeah. It helps against Ash and Extra.
Just generic effect negation. 3 big, 2 normal welcome. This is pretty standard. You just don't need 3 because this on its own isn't really an inter.
The one reason I like 3 Welcome Labyrinth, I'm pretty sure we also played 2. I think it's completely fine to play 2. One thing that I like about Welcome Labyrinth is that it's outside of cards that are specifically made for discarding. This card is one of the best discards for furnitures because getting it into the graveyard means you get it back for free when you When like you go furniture, discard welcome, set big welcome, and then as soon as you activate the big welcome, the welcome will come back for free. So I like it in that sense. I like it as a just draw it and discard it for furniture. I think is really good with this. Pirate Spy, thank you for the 4 months.
This is because you can bounce a monster for lovely, but you need to just so you can like you keep cycling them, right? One's always engraved, the other one's always getting.
It doesn't come back the same turn. Well, yeah, but you're not using the trap card the same turn usually, unless you have a coup clock play. Usually you just go. I mean, majority of the time you will use the big welcome next turn, and once that resolves, you get back the welcome labyrinth, and you get it in circulation that way, right? That's specifically why I like 3 sometimes in a list with a lot of furniture. At the same time, when you play a lot of furniture, there's also the argument that you will get it anyways because you play so many furnitures, which is kind of like it's 2 contradicting reasonings for like playing more/less welcome labyrinth.
Set on your field, so this is perfect.
Which is
and
interesting.
The traps I chose, the main deck, were Barrier, Ice Dragons, Prison, and Terrors. All of these were super good. All of them came up. Barriers to respect decks like Purely. Also the fusion decks. Ice Dragon's Prison is for Dragon Link and Unchained. It also came up against Salad, that was great. It's also in the mirror, and Terrors is like less powerful, but it's more generic. You can get this against any matchup like Blind, and
Rectaler Schmerz, thank you for the 9 months. Will there be another Edison tournament? Probably at some point. It's not planned as of now. It's not in the works, but it's probably going to happen at some point.
it's generally pretty safe. And there's also Earth Spell traps, whereas these don't really interact with that. So having all of these was great. I wouldn't change anything with the main deck. It was good. For the extra deck.
Okay, no skill drain. And no Eradicator. The only sus card in this was the Barrier. But yeah, take some notes. The Labyrinth deck can very much play with the big boys of the format without the sus cards.
This card's just really good with like I guess you can make it with Ariana and Driver too, but mainly it's like the level 8s and Stogie.
Okay.
1 Omega for the Gamma. 2 Lingribo, just for Ibli.
Okay, I think we can.
This is kind of the spice. So this is standard.
Okay.
1 Keldo, 1 Medora. You just pitch these with the furnitures, and they're super good in a bunch of matchups. Despia, Salamangre, like even Purely, these are good as like they can chain block the Noir and stuff, and put back all the spells so that Pure Lily misses. These are good in the mirror. Let Dragon Link. Like, most matchups you can side these in going second or first, and they're amazing. 1 Bell, because I played 3 cross-out designators. So this was kind of the spice. I just wanted to experiment a bit today, so I decided like I've been wanting to try this for a bit because like the times when you resolve the like big combo plays with the clock and the furniture, you go so plus, and when you get Asher Bell, it's so sad. So
How to Turn Labyrinth into a Combo Deck by Ryan Yu, because I thought it was funny.
I figured I might as well like play these with the 1 Bell inside these when I was going first. And there's also like there's some application aside from hitting Ashen Bell. Like you'll notice there's the 1 Prosperity in the main deck. That's because of the crossout. So you can cross out Prosperity that came up.
Okay.
So just like small deck building things you can do with this. But yeah, the 1 Bell goes in some matchups, of course. Like the Mirror match is good, Despia is good, Unchained is fine. But the main purpose is just for the crossouts. These were really good today. I would definitely recommend trying this out. If you're gonna do this, I would think you have to max out on like the 3 clock and stuff. Because if you're drawing this card but not the clock combo, it's a bit pointless.
Yeah, I mean you have this but nothing to push through if you don't open stuff, you know.
That's right. But yeah, this was awesome. And then
Yo, Nesh, calm down. What the hell's wrong with you?
The viruses. I didn't.
No, there they are. I just called you a Giga Chat, Ryan. What are you doing?
This one, in case you don't know, just covers matchups like Flunder and Mathmech and Sprite, stuff like that. 2 XCs on curve. This doubles as an out for a Rise Heart and like the Purely setup.
Yeah.
You could play Kaiju, but I think it's just more important to stop the draws from Purely. You honestly don't really mind if they get all the cats back, because your engine beats theirs head to head. Like it doesn't matter how many spells they have in hand if you have a barrier set. So it's chill.
True.
And then 2 Murner. These were just for extra hand traps that you could add in. For purely, these are super good. These like you can think of these as like swapping out with the clocks when you go second. Yeah, these were great. I would play these again. I was also a little bit scared of decks like Vanadium, so I wanted to respect those more by having hand traps and philosophy for draw.
This was the first one from this weekend that didn't main it. Actually, we found it. The combo breaker. The combo breaker that did not main deck Droll and Lockbird was Ryan Yu. Because he thought it was funny to just not play Droll and Lockbird.
Okay. Vanadium, Dragon Link. Those are matchups that could be pretty rough. So yeah, I just wanted to play Droll or respect those. So one of my favorite plays to do with this deck is if you have a hand like this. So it's obvious, right? This is full combo. You've got...
Bro, this is 3 cards. These are the 2 of them are already a combo.
And let's say you have an extra Ariana. So what you can do with this hand is to play around...
This hand's insane.
Ash. You can normal summon Ariana effect. And the card that you're going to add here is lovely. So this doesn't... I know this doesn't make much sense, but this is just something like after playing the deck for a few months, I realized like, oh, you can do this. This is kind of sick. So you pitch the clock, then you use the furniture piece, discarding lovely. You can set your trap. So...
And then you leave the game when they bestial you.
Most of the time it's going to be big welcome. Unresolution clock effect.
Oh, you're making Muckraker. Oh yeah, okay.
Instead of adding it to hand, you're going to summon it back. And then you link off clock and Ariana for Muckraker.
And then you get Magna Mooted and you leave the venue.
Then you use Muckracker's effect, pitch a random card in your hand. Because, I mean, this was only 3 cards. You know. Summon back the Lovely. And then you flip the Big Welcome. They can't respond because of Lovely. So, it's just a cute thing you can do where if you already have the combo with an extra Ariana, it seems like sometimes you can't really convert the advantage cleanly, but this is like a really cool way to do it. It guarantees you get everything. You can like usually get the second furniture piece with Big Welcome. So here we started with Chandra, you get Stovey, or other way around. You just get everything in circulation. You guarantee the hand loop. Yeah, this is just cool. Like stuff like this is why I think
you can chain Big Welcome to Magnamoot. Yeah, it's if they have you only get completely destroyed if they have Magna plus Ash. Yeah.
my card is really good.
No, this was interesting. It's cool. I really like Furniture Labyrinth in its purest form, where they play, yeah, they still play Barrier, yeah, they still side Eradicator, but still overall, it's like it's not the Trap Labyrinth was much worse than this. It was a cool list. Damn, there's so many things to look at today. I love it. What is this? Why is one of the most base decks in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh paired with one of the worst designs ever made in Yu-Gi-Oh? Why is this a thing? Why is this? I don't want to, but I need to know. I need to know my enemies.
Yo, what up, guys? Welcome back to the Card Brothers.
How many cards is that?
Today I'm here with Jad. He actually got top 8 at the
this is not 40, is it? This the
Kissimmee Regional. So yeah, Jad, jump right into the deck profile.
So I ended up getting 8th place with probably the craziest deck in top 8. I played 60 card of Bankristol Math deck.
How did you come up with...
Bro, you have a Vankristol deck, right, that struggles with consistency because they need to draw Raisin, right? And then you have a Math Mech deck that struggles with consistency because it needs to draw Circular. So what you decided to do is put them together to form a 60-card deck. What's the idea? Well, I'm going to draw Raisin or Circular, and then I'm doing... Is it just literal... Oh.
What's this?
So before Dune, there's only like 4 ways to get the Raisin, or like 5. It was like Raisin itself, you have like Small World, Rotas, Durandal, but you'd still like lack on seeing Raisin. So when Dune came out, I played like Revolution Synchron, I played all these like new combos to get the Raisin. And the Math Mech aspect actually came up. I tested for first time on Thursday because Raisin by itself is a Math Mech combo, and it was just so crazy.
Raisin by itself is full mathmech combo is the most cursed sentence I've heard in the last freaking, I don't know, 27 years of my life. God damn it, dude. Why did you have to say those words to me in that order?
How good it was. Like ending on rock, heat soul, with the trap and like drawing a bunch of cards. Sometimes you have like a crystal wind, sometimes you have Fender too, sometimes you have border. So you have border heat soul, you draw like 2 during your turn, turn your opponent's turn. And then on the 5 back, you draw 1 and draw 2 more. So you just have a million cards in hand.
That's insane.
Yeah. So the deck was actually really crazy. My record was X11. I tied with Unchained round 5. Shout out to Marcus Swantes. The deck was crazy. I read this for the first time ever, and I'm like, I don't know what these cards do. So I had to learn the deck on the spot as I was playing. I had to read all the cards. And then I lost round 7 to Cash. Shout out Brandon Gooley. Just have this man always mocked me. So it was actually really funny because he made 6 and then my draw made 7.
Okay, let's begin. Let's begin.
For sure. Really generate advantage.
Yeah, I saw Matt Wood, other Rangers, so 4 I saw him.
Oh.
3 Raisin.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what these cards do. I just know they generate advantage.
Yeah, the deck is like, you're not expected to win on turn 1, obviously, but just the grind game is so nice. Because the longer the game goes, the better it's gonna be for you.
For sure.
3 Dr. Madlove. This is the other 3 other searches of spell trap on something. Yeah, this card was also really good. I never used the second effect because the only times it would come up was when my opponent had a Fenner, and like all I had was
Blue Jays, think of it for him.
But yeah, this card's really good. Definitely good for it. Something that's a little bit unorthodox was I played 3 Panthera.
Okay.
So the whole reason behind this was first off, it's a free level 4 body, so you just get to summon it for free. It being up in Earth is really good for like Caesar Baelius, Madlove, everything else. I also was using it to like bait background and stuff. And with Revolution Synchron, you use this Revolution Synchron in hand, and you make Power 2 for free, and then Power 2 gets you into Durandal, which is Raisin, and then Revolution Synchron gets you Crystal Wing.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, this card was honestly like really, really good. Like I love this card. There was like a game or 2 where I had 1 too many in my hand, but it didn't matter just because the card was like, nice, just keep in my hand as well.
Did you play against any Pearly or anything like that?
I played against no Pearly, so I might as well just say my matchups now.
Yeah.
So round 1, I played against Brandon Chimera. I won 2-0. Round 2, I played against Nature's Soul Runic. I won 2-1. Round 3, I played against Cash. I 2-0'd that. Round 4, I played against Runic Spread for Hire. I won 2-1. Round 5, I played against Unchained. It was a draw. Round 6, I played against Runic Stun. 3 border. This is pretty standard, but honestly, this card might go to 2.
Well, they're teasing me with the cool cards first. They're teasing me with the cool cards, and then at some point they're gonna hit me with the Troll Despair concept.
You just want to see 1. Like how I lost against Cash game 3 was I opened 2 of this, and like the rest of it was unplayable. Like Ash my 1 card that did anything, I lost. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna get that. But this card is honestly crazy until like drawing 4 totals.
That's insane.
And then the only non-3 that I played was Caesar Baelius. You need this for small bridges, and 2 actually comes up a lot. So. Now for the spice.
No, not ready yet.
So we played Circular, we played Nabla, and we played Addition. That's it for the Mathmech monsters.
That's it? That's crazy.
Just 3. The whole reason Raisin is full combo. So you go Raisin into Nabla, make Rocks on the.
Why now, huh? Why now? Why did you decide to do that now?
I had to side in, side out. I would take 1 out because I didn't want to risk drawing like double. So, but yeah, this card absolutely makes it. More spice. 2 Revolutions.
Let's go.
Ooh. Okay. There was like a curve in this deck profile. It starts very well and it dips really fast and then it comes back. All right. This is the one card. This is my favorite card from Duelist Nexus that no one is using. Because there's just no home for it. But it's a really good card. I swear. I swear it's a good card.
This card just makes this deck so much more consistent. I don't think Brave, but Brave itself is not that great in this pool of Mathmech cards. Just because if you do already open up Ways Raisin, you don't really have much more to play. But this card was also really good being an Earth, being a 2-3 power tool. I even summoned a spicy level 7 synchro that I'll show you guys in a little bit. But yeah, 2 of this was more good. There was thoughts about playing 3 of this and only 2 border, but ultimately didn't matter. I think 2 is like the perfect number. And then for yeah, no, these are gonna get banned. But there were even some games. There was one game where I just opened Fender with Addition. So I went Fender to Red Heart, normal to Red Heart. So normal summon this, Addition target this.
Everything is in this deck, dude. This deck is the ban list.
I'll go full Mathmech combo still. So my board was like Heat Soul Fender with like the trap and like 3 other cards.
That's ridiculous.
So yeah, even the concern breaking into this deck, you still play. You still play. Like even opening like Circular Revolution Scrap is full combo. You get the Raisin and everything. So for defense cards, one page you card. These cards are really good. That's actually overperformed the way I didn't see it every game, but the games I did use it, it was a blowout. Just being able to like summon it wherever you want to. Mad Look and Bounce is really good. Curious card, these like twice. It was okay. I'd probably keep like 2 and make one of those. Now for the hand traps. 3 Ash. Mandatory, absolutely going to say. And any deck really. 3 Droll. 0 from a major range deck, you want to like impact on hand traps. 3 Baylor. This was a weird choice. First one I wasn't playing this in my main, but I realized I needed a hand trap that was actually impactful engineer. And you know, like sure, Pearly has a field spell that says you can't target inches before that, but like the impact of Baylor just outweighs that. So I think Baylor was really good.
Half the time they don't even get the Pearly field spell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also, if they play the deck, so
yeah, that's true.
But I did build my main and my side to help counter Pearly. So, but yeah, 3 Baylor was great.
My dream is to play against Josh and draw circular, I swear.
It was gonna be Mourner, but then I realized testing I went small for Mourner and had no idea to like play. So this is
The universe is a weird place, dude. I just had to. I just that reminded me of the Japanese locals that we went to, dude. I told this story once on the stream after Worlds, but like we went to an OCG locals in Japan, and we got there and there was people playing, right? And so I stood next to one table and just decided to check out what they were playing, right? And the very first thing I see at the very first OCG locals I went to a couple weeks ago is the dude, they are about to start, the dude picks up his opening hand and it's 4 hand traps and circular. It's not Signet mining, it's not a rank 4 combo to get to circular, it's heart draw circular. That shit's limited in the OCG. And they open 4 hand traps circular the moment I walk into the building. It's you couldn't make this shit up.
because you like if you have the small roll, you go Baylor, Ash, and Raisin, and you just need to play. And then the last 3 hand traps, I play double crow and 1 bell. So this was a little bit weird. So I was thinking about it a lot in my head because I actually decided second bell. I was just thinking it was either 2 crow, 1 bell, or 2 bell, 1 crow.
And then they got max seed and lost. But that's a different story.
I decided to play multiple crow because crow is not once per turn. Also, it's a dark, so it does not forsake your soul. Also, crow's good against matchup besides Cash. Like bell's good against majority of the decks, but there's also decks that aren't just not fixed by bell. So I was really happy with this. And the third border could be the second bell, but it worked out. That's it for the monsters. I believe it's like 41 monsters.
That's insane.
Now for spells, 3 sacred soul, turn the deck. Just reveal anything, like attribute like
Your nose is mine.
fire, dark earth, and summon like raisin, that summon whatever you want. Yeah, there are even some games where it's reveal and summon dailies. But this card is honestly really good. There was one game.
I hate that I think this every time I see this card now. I'm cursing Milano every time I see this card for saying this sentence in my head.
Because I had 1 thrust. The one game I thought I had 1 thrust, but this last round I had Ash's Prosperity. And get no plays after that. So I was like, okay, we're in there. And then I realized I had like Durandal, this, and like nothing else. Or not, I had Durandal, Thrust, Book of Moon, and Desire. So I had Desires, he Ashes, and like Thrust for this, I did set Book of Moon pass. And he comes right there, pokes me, and I'm like, I had 4 moves. So I could drop a turn, flip stake, go Mad Love. I think I had, and then activate Durandal, get Raisin. So I had to wait a turn, but
that card's great.
1 of 4 Raisin. Not searching my start with this. It was like assessing this. I came up on the hilarious, but brief model, there was, I think, some games that they won out. They don't,
Well, why is what's going on?
Starting to go around Rikara, hand draft, Raisin, the weird hand from this deck is when you draw like 2 major spells and you don't draw any monsters.
What's happening?
I draw Durandal, like Book of Moon, Stake Your Soul, and like cards that don't do anything on the field.
What was that? Why is it over now? What happened? what was that?
Then that's when like majority of the time you're like you survive. You're just winning because all you do is like equip one of these.
Oh, the build up.
But this is my power points with 2 Durandal, 1 Holmes. So this is pretty handy with certain rating. This I love you card. What this card does is when you put the arm to your deck of monsters, but this card is great. So there's a monster. Target all 5 or fire warrior in your raid. So you just add a rating.
Oh wow, yeah, that's crazy.
No, that's in the deck profile.
Yeah.
But that's all the card, which is great. That was something museum funny enough, Asian Fairy, but it's actually I got hurt. Desires. There was 3 games I actually used off Easel. I just went plus like my round 5, I go
This deck profile is ending me right now, dude.
Easel, and I'm telling everyone, come out, Desires, watch this, draw, and I'm like, you guys see this? But this card was really good. There was 1 single game I banished Dailies off Small World, and then I banished my second Dailies off Desires, but I was in such a commanding position already, so it didn't matter. There's always like the fear of like banishing your map pieces too, start with Desires. I had to risk it once, and thank God, nothing got me.
Wow.
So some defense, 1 talent, 3 with the moon. This card overperformed.
Bro, if you talents me in your 60 card deck with your 1 of talents, I'm calling the police.
Really, mainly Cash. Yeah, this is just like right now in this format. The one talents, because I decided the 1 thrust, and not just like the 1 copy talents. Playing multiple talents is like weird because there are certain games where if you open multiple talents, you can just like auto lose games. Absolutely crazy. So I think 1 was perfect. I saw it twice, once or twice, and I got the job done. So Dust Devil will continue. These are your wild search cherries from Mad Love. This are crazy. I think I did this like 3 or 4 times, but continue with me played like every single match at least like twice. Like this starts like there was even like some thoughts on thinking the card like should I just like take this out for a second because that's how good this starts. But it worked out. That was crazy too. There was 1 game I think I managed to both off Desires, and I had a Mad Love in my hand. It didn't matter too much. And the last card in my deck is one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we're handed.
I almost forgot that was there.
Got a hate too, right?
No, I don't think either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, diamond.
Okay, I think that's enough. I think that's enough. Oh man. Have we finally reached the end of the deck profile? I think we have. I think we're gone. This took way longer than I expected. We need to get going with our Banlist discussion. It's I do think just to come to an end here of the Duelist Nexus Format examination. A lot of it is what I expected. I can drop the link. Hold up, let me update the spreadsheet link real fast so you guys can look at any of the other deck profiles if you are interested in one that I didn't watch now. I'll quickly do that. Swenpai and Jotmon, thank you guys for the subs. It is me, yes, thank you. Spreadsheet. All right. I have updated the command, so you can go ! Spreadsheet to get the link to the spreadsheet in case you want to check out any of the other deck profiles. There's a lot of them in there. We can't watch all of them, but if you want to, you can check them out. As kind of like closing words to Duelist Nexus first couple weeks of the format, it is in a lot of ways, good and bad, very close to what I expected after Duelist Nexus. I expected people to still do very well with Kashtira, obviously, and that of course happened. I mean, the deck did not get weaker only because Duelist Nexus was released. There's no new tier 0 deck in Duelist Nexus that, you know, is good enough to completely make sure Kashtira can't do well anymore or some stuff like that. So Kashtira is still here. I did expect less people in general to play Kashtira, right? I think one big sentiment in the community right now is that people are just tired of it, you know, both playing against and also playing with it, right? And there's new exciting stuff in Duelist Nexus, and so people just, I feel like, go to regionals, and regionals are not as competitive as YCSs, you know, people care about regionals, but a lot of people also just go to regionals to enjoy themselves, and people just don't enjoy Cash as much. And this is why I think Kashtira didn't perform super crazy at these regionals, right? I mean, we're used to numbers of like Kashtira taking upwards of 25% to 40% of top cuts, maybe even 50% of top cuts before the Duelist Nexus in like nationals and stuff. And right now, it's like in regional tops, it's only like the third most represented decks, at least in this spreadsheet, in terms of all the deck profiles we've gotten from the weekend. I don't think this is because Kashtira got weaker. It's just because people play less Kashtira right now. I think that's the number one biggest reason, is that people just play other decks right now. People are more excited to play the Chimera cards, the Unchained cards, the Manadium cards, the Rescue Ace cards, the Pearly cards, all the new stuff, basically, right? That's what people want to play right now. That's what people want to experiment with right now. And that's leading to Kashtira just being less successful. It's a very natural thing because even a deck as good as Kashtira still needs numbers to convert into tops. Like, that's always how it's going to be. And I just don't think it has the representation right now. But it still is, I think, by far the best deck, right? It still is by far the best deck in this format, I think. None of the new decks, I think, come close to Kashtira in a head-to-head comparison. And if we do not get a ban list, in the next couple weeks, we're looking at the month of September with 4 YCSs, as I've been informed today. I was aware of YCS Dortmund and maybe 1 or 2 others, but there's 4 YCSs next month. And I think if there's no ban list before then, we're looking at 4 YCSs of just Kashtira domination, as of now, is what I'm expecting. But other than that, other than Kashtira, I think most of the current decks look pretty cool in terms of the type of Yu-Gi-Oh that they play, right? There's a couple of Troll Despair cards here and there, right? Like a gimmick puppet in Branded. Maybe a searchable Eradicator, searchable Dimensional Barrier and Labyrinth, maybe some Floodgates in the side decks, maybe some Towers monsters in Pearly, but overall, I think most of these decks are fundamentally pretty healthy format. Like, I'm looking at this chart and there's like very few decks that I'm just genuinely like, oh my god, I never want to play against this deck, right? It's basically the Manadium deck because of the turn skip combo. And then, you know, Fluandereeze because no one likes Fluandereeze. Everything else, I'm like, you know, if I'm being paired against that deck, I'm not like rolling my eyes. I'm like, all right, let's do it. You know what I mean? Which is a good sign, I think. So like, it's a very diverse format. It's a very, very diverse format. But it's definitely not as bad as last year's Nationals, right? Where it's like, it was also super diverse, but almost every single deck just makes you roll your eyes, and I'm like, oh my god, please not. Please don't, right? Because it's like, oh, this deck wants to Scythe Lock you, this deck is Fluandereeze, this deck, you know, does that, this deck Scythe Locks, this deck just does stupid stuff, right? And this in this chart, there's not that many decks that just make your eyes roll and be like, oh my god, I don't want to face against this, right? It's only Manadium, Infernoble, those type of decks, right? Don't you hate diverse formats? I wouldn't say I hate them categorically. I prefer formats that are a little bit more narrow than this. But I do think there is pros and cons between tier 0 formats and diverse formats. But even if I don't like super diverse formats overall, there's still a difference between different diverse formats, right? A format can be diverse and have a lot of toxic decks, or a format can be diverse, but most of the decks can be fine and healthy. And this is more of the latter, right? It's still hard to prepare and hard to build a side deck for this kind of metagame, but at least the games are not all going to be terrible, right? So that's that. That's my first impression of Duelist Nexus format. Incredibly diverse. Kashtira still the best deck, and something needs to be done about Kashtira. But overall, even though it's very diverse, a lot of the decks, I think, are healthy. So, yeah. And that's kind of what I wanted to look at today. Just catch up with Duelist Nexus and see how it turned out. And I'm not too mad at it. I think it's looking all right. I'd be intrigued to play a couple tournaments in this format. But then eventually I do want to move on to. I hope we get a ban list before YCS Dortmund. I hope we get a ban list before YCS Dortmund at this rate. Like, I do hope that. Speaking of which, that's what we're doing next. I have prepared a ban list discussion because I think it is about that time of the year again. It is about that time of the year again that we need to talk about a potential ban list, chat. I don't know if it's not a. I don't think we're in the desperate stage where we stream an extra hour every day because we might get the ban list any day now. I don't think we're that close to it yet, but I think it's gonna happen eventually. So very, very quickly, before I do the YouTube intro, I'm sorting this in the back right now. The stuff that I want to talk about. I want you to tell me whether I'm missing cards that we need to discuss. Because I made this morning. And I'm wondering if I forgot any card that's going to be like super important to talk about. Give me a second. Because I just realized I forgot Droll and Lockbird. We should probably talk about. Up. Droll and Lockbird. Okay. Okay, I thought we talk about Kashtira first, obviously. This is not the discussion yet. This is just me preparing the discussion. I thought we talk about Kashtira first, and when talking about Kashtira, I think it makes sense if we talk about these cards. Then we will talk about Sprite. With these 4. Then we can talk about Dragon Link. With these 3, we can talk about Synchro with these 2. Runic with these 2. I want to do all the generic cards like Shifter towards the end. Floodgates, I want to talk about Peekaboo, Skill Drain, Anti-Spell, Eradicator, D-Barrier. For Lab, I only have this. Branded, obviously these 2. Hurley. And then Lab. Generically good cards. Cards that could come back. Up. Magna. Up. All right. Does anyone see, or rather not see, a card that we really have to talk about? Gazelle is right here. Rika, I guess we could talk about Rika. We could talk about Rika. I'm not opposed to talking about Rika. What would you even do about Rika, though? Surely they can't let it win Euros 2 years in a row and not hit it. See, that's the thing about Rika is like, I think it's not about Rika winning Euros 2 years in a row. To me personally, it's more about I just don't like what Rika does. And this is genuinely not me like complaining because I lost to it once at German Nationals. That's absolutely not the case. It's just I don't like the idea of, hey, my deck goes full combo turn 1 and doesn't let you play the game, because that's like the entirety of Rika. Or rather, it's more the entirety of Sun Avalon. It's not even really the Rika part. Like, everyone calls it Rika, but the more toxic part is the Sun Avalon stuff. Right? It's not even the Rika part that I have a problem with. Like, Rika is like cool. I genuinely think the Rika cards are very cool and a very special design and have cool interactions and stuff like that. Like, I think it's a cool deck. The one that makes it completely ridiculous and like off the walls combo deck is like the Sun Avalon cards, right? But it's like, do we actually go as far as saying like they need to ban the freaking vanilla monster, right? Is that but that would be like, you know, would that be the thing that you do, right? Okay. Because I don't think people are saying, hey, limit loci. I don't like that because that's just a consistency hit. Like, I don't like limiting it. I'm in the camp of if they want to hit loci, they have to ban it. The question is there a card that we can limit or semi-limit that stops the combo, right? Or makes the combo significantly less powerful? Like, we could limiting Jasmine. What does that do? Is the combo not still very, very strong? Like, is the combo not still very strong if you go one, if you have one Jasmine? Dryas to 1? Dryas to 0? You see, the thing is, I'm kind of juggling between realistic and ideal scenario, right? Because I honestly think in an ideal world, they just ban something off that deck and make sure it doesn't go crazy turn 1 anymore. Like banning Sunseed, banning the Link 1, or banning Jasmine, right? One of those things, each of those things individually would probably be enough, right? Banning one of those cards would probably be enough to solve the problem. The question I have is, will they do that? Will they do something as harsh as just banning one of those cards? Yeah. You know what? No, you're right. I should just keep that discussion for the actual discussion part. I'm just going to include all those cards. I'm just going to include those 3 cards. And then we have that talk in a little bit. Why not? Let me quickly get the images. And then we have that talk when it's due. Jasmine. Sunseed Genius Loci. And Sun Avalon Dry Ass. Oops, I misspelled. I'll repeat myself. People are tripping on Rika when Christian Thomas got literally an energy. The thing is, I don't think the deck is too strong, Nesh. That's not what I'm saying. I think that the deck is not very fun in terms of the gameplay it provides, and it is competitively viable. You can say whatever you want, but the deck is competitively viable. And I think the playstyle that the deck presents is not something that's desirable. That's my point. Right? That's my entire point. I'm not saying it's too strong, it needs to be nerfed. I'm saying it's part of the meta, and I don't think it should be in the current way that it works. It's not a cool deck to be in the meta game. That is what I'm saying. And now I have to sort everything again. Where is Dryas? Here. Okay, now before I sort this again, what are cards that I missed? I think this is pretty complete. But no. Glow Bulb. We talked about Glow Bulb. In the last Banlist discussion. That's why I didn't include it in this one specifically again. Because I'm kind of indifferent on Glow Bulb. I'm kind of indifferent about it. It's like predicting what's gonna be unbanned or not is like so arbitrary. I included just some cards that I wanted to talk about for unbanning. Prosperity is in here. We're talking about Prosperity. D-Barrier is also in here. Shifter is in here. Super Poly I didn't include because honestly, I hate that I'm about to say that, but currently I don't have as much of an issue with Super Poly than I have with a lot of other cards in the game. It's like there's a lot of other cards that I would ban before I would look at Super Poly right now. Yes, the card is very powerful and could probably use a hit, but I'm not sure if it's gonna happen. The same is true for evenly matched. We talked about evenly in the last Banlist discussion, and I just think right now, evenly is like one of the more balanced board breakers. Yeah. Anyways, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Let's hop into the discussion. Let me quickly sort it up. Okay. This. What else is unban? Harp. That is it. All right, let's sort by decks. We start with Kashtira. Up, 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 up. Sprite. Ghibli. Oh, here. Also, only because a card is on here, just as a, you know, before people go crazy, does not mean I want all of those cards to be hit. It's just what I want to talk about. I just want to talk, chat. Okay. All right. All right. All right, we are set up. Let me just quickly drink something. I'm not adding anything, dude. I just went through this, sorting it for the second time. I'm not adding a card. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late, chat. It stays like this. It stays like this. There's no shot. No way. Anyways, let's get ready for the YouTube intro and then we get discussing. All right. What is up, YouTube? Welcome back to another video. Yes, it is that time again. Duelist Nexus format is right on the way, and we've been dealing with Kashtira for way too long. It is about that time we talk about a ban list again. And I have prepared a couple of cards we need to talk about, and that I would think would improve the current format a lot. Because let's be real, the current format is very diverse, which is very good for a lot of people. A lot of the decks currently are actually quite alright, and quite healthy. I think it's just everyone is fed up with Kashtira. So let's hop over to this little list of cards that I want to talk about. And we start with the elephant in the room. We start by talking about Kashtira. And these 5 cards, I think, are the ones that are most worthy of appearing on the ban list in Kashtira. It's Arisard, Unicorn, Fenrir, Birth, and the field spell. I personally am of the opinion that Kashtira Arisard should be banned. I think it's about time we do that. The only thing that makes me think that might not happen is the fact that this card has not been reprinted yet at all. However, I think it's just, this card is just way too powerful and it's been around for way too long, and you can't really, I'm convinced you cannot make us, I don't think you can make us not play Kashtira unless they ban Fenrir. Arisard, I mean. Sorry, not my boy Fenrir, not my boy Fenrir. So I think banning Arisard is about time. Kashtira has had, it's basically been part of 3 formats now, right? It started in Tearlament's format where it was a rogue deck, pretty much, but a good rogue deck at that. Then it was the best deck after for an entire format with triple Arisard. And then it was the best deck still with 1 Arisard and no Diablosis, right? So it's been part of 3 formats. It's been the best deck in 2 formats. I think it's time that Arisard leaves the game. If that's what they do, honestly, they can leave the rest alone. Unicorn is already at 2. They could even unban it. I don't know if they will, but like honestly, without Arisard, I have no issues. I have no issues with Kashtira if Arisard is banned, right? Fenrir is a card that I personally would say they can just leave it untouched. I can see a world where Fenrir is semi-limited. I'm fine with that, just as like an overall good card, right? Not as a. I'm not looking at it from a Kashtira perspective right now. I'm just looking at it as like Fenrir is a really good card overall. So I could see them doing something like this, right? And honestly, this is something I would be very happy with, right? If the ban list comes around the corner and is like, yeah, we're not doing anything about Kashtira other than ban Arisard and semi-limit Fenrir, I'm happy with that. I'm taking that any day. I love this. I would love this. And that would basically free us off the Kashtira curse, you know? Sprite, next up. I think Sprite is not even that powerful right now. We've just been looking at a bunch of topping deck lists from the past weeks on stream. Like we spent a couple hours looking at the current format, and Sprite doesn't seem to be that popular. I still think there's some merit to hitting Sprite simply because if you hit the other decks, Sprite is going to be back, and Sprite is even older than Kashtira, right? Sprite is even older than Kashtira, and probably is just a deck that, you know, deserves a hit at some point. That's a little bit harder than what's already been done. Yes, the elf hit hurts it a lot, but I mean, there's been a bunch of viable Sprite versions in the last couple of formats, so, you know. The one thing that I want to start off with is I would love to see them ban Ibli. I'm pretty sure this is like 50% copium, 50% could actually happen. This doesn't even have that much to do with Sprite. Sprite just happens to be the deck that abuses Ibli the most right now. But Ibli is just the card that ever since Nightmare Mermaid was banned, it just does not provide any valuable gameplay loop, right? It's like, it's just a card that is not fun whenever it appears. And, I would appreciate if they banned it. Would that be enough to solve Sprite? Maybe, maybe not. Just in case, I think they could hit one of these 3 cards down here. It's really hard to hit Sprite without touching any of the consistency cards. Normally, I'm not a fan of consistency hits. But in the case of Sprite, it's like almost all of its cards are consistency cards. So what are you going to hit? Like, you could ban Gigantic, but that seems excessive. Like banning Gigantic would be effective, but I don't know if that's warranted. A lot of people are saying put starter to 1, put jet to 1, or one of those 2. This depends on how you view it. This depends on your opinion, right? Like if you want, do you want to hit pure Sprite very hard? And do you want to leave some of the hybrid Sprite versions alone? Like Runic Sprite, for example, like Runic Life Twin or Runic for Hire Sprite. Both of those decks only used 1 jet, 1 starter, right? So are you okay with those decks? Or do we want to hit every single sprite deck. Because if we want to hit every single sprite deck, we have to do this. Right? That's what we would have to do if we want to hit every single sprite variation, which I think it's arguable. I personally, you guys know I'm not biased. I would never be. I personally would think this would be fine if they also did a hit to the runic engine in a different way, right? I think that would be a good combination. I think it would be a good combination to do this, to hit sprite decks in general, and then apply another hit to the runic engine separately, to touch the runic decks. Is that something we could agree on, chat? Hitting sprite cards by doing this, and then hitting runic cards by hitting fountain or tip, which we'll also talk about in a bit. No. Okay. I mean, if you really want to hit sprite as hard as possible, this is what you need to do. But this is my ban list, so I'm doing this. And there's nothing you can do from stopping me. But we will hit runic. We will hit runic, don't worry. We will hit runic later, as well. What I specifically like about hitting jet and starter, is that it makes sprite's follow-up turn a lot worse. Because if you only have one jet, one starter, you can only go through that once. And you don't, like, I think if you limit blue, you just kill all possibilities to ever play sprite cards ever again. That's what I'm trying to prevent here. Because I like sprites, and I would like to have the option to at least play with them, but with one blue, I don't see myself ever touching a sprite deck ever again. If that's what you want, honestly, fair enough. But it's not what I want. So, alright. Pearly. For Pearly, I'm in a weird spot right now. In my mind. Because when Pearly first released, it was pretty much irrelevant. And then Pearly got the first wave of support with Sleepy Memory and Pearly Lily. And it didn't get to really shine, right? Because it was immediately hit on a ban list right as the support came out. Right? Right as the support came out, Pearly got hit. And it was never able to overcome Kashtira in the last format. And now we get another wave of Pearly support with the new E-Pearly Noir, right? Do we really want to hit Pearly right off the gate again, right? The deck receives one wave of support, we hit it. It receives another wave of support, we hit it immediately again. I don't agree with that. I personally don't like that. I personally don't like hitting it right away. Especially, I do not like hitting another memory spell. I do not like it. I do not like hitting another memory spell. I think that is way too harsh on a deck that is way too new. Yes, the deck is good. Yes, the deck is good, absolutely. But a deck is allowed to be good, in my opinion. Like, I think a deck is allowed to be good for a while, dude. We had Kashtira for 3 formats. Can we at least have Pearly for 1 format? I don't agree with hitting it right away. I think the only hit that I would be happy with, genuinely, is a hit to one of those 2 cards, which is why I specifically included those 2 cards in this. I think limiting X Purely Noir would be okay, because you can still very well play purely with 1 Noir, but there's good reason why everyone plays 2. Like, everyone plays 2 Noir, so limiting it would have an impact on the longer games. But it would not invalidate the deck. It would not make the deck less consistent. It would not completely kill the deck. I think limiting X Purely Noir could be a good compromise. Alternatively, you could also limit My Friend Pearly, because that card is searchable. It's a good consistency booster to the deck, but you can search it. And by limiting it, you would make the deck slightly weaker and slightly less consistent, but still playable. I do not like hitting another quick play spell or main deck monster. But I think limiting Noir is my favorite way of doing it right now. That would be my favorite way to touch Pearly. One other way to hit Pearly without actually hitting Pearly cards would be to ban Zeus, but I'm not a fan of that. I kind of like Zeus. So for now, my wish / my suggestions, if any Konami employee is watching, is limiting Noir. I think limiting Noir is a fair compromise. You don't leave Pearly untouched, but you don't completely murder it before it gets a chance to actually see play at competitive level. And that's that. Labyrinth, I think, has been decently represented in this format. It's won German nationals. It's won a couple other tournaments. It's been sometimes very well represented in Top Cut, sometimes not so well represented in Top Cut. I think it's kind of 50-50 between you can just leave Labyrinth alone because we also just get more support for it later. Or you could just, like, you know, maybe limit Big Welcome. My preferred approach, which is what we're going to do in this discussion, is we're just going to leave Labyrinth cards untouched, but we're going to hit some of the problematic normal spell cards later on down the line, okay? We're going to have a little chat about Eradicator, Epidemic Virus, Dimensional Barrier, and Skill Drain a little bit later, okay? I think that's a fair compromise, all right? I think that's a fair compromise when we just do not touch any of the cards that actually say Labyrinth in their name. And we just get rid of some other cards that don't say Labyrinth in their name, but we still end up making the Labyrinth deck worse. Huh? How does that sound? I think that sounds good. Dragon decks. Limit Magnamut is long overdue. I'm honestly surprised that that has not happened yet. It's completely obvious that Magnamut is an insane card and should be at 1. And we'll still see a lot of play at 1. I personally am a fan at Magnamut. I like Magnamut as a card. I like it. I like it as a card. I'm a fan of Bestials, but this card is too strong. This card is too strong, and Bestials are very, very oppressive when you're trying to play any deck that is light or dark and is revolving around the graveyard. I think Druid's Worm is kind of the same thing. I think 1 Magna, 1 Druid, and then also having access to Baldrake still gives you a very, very good access to Bestials. If Magna and Druid are limited, we're still gonna see Bestials in the side deck. We're still seeing like them as a very nice package in a lot of side decks, and they're still gonna be there. They're not gone only because we limit them. You're just gonna have to either only play 2 Bestials, or you're gonna have to play Baldrake, which is slightly worse. But I think this is a very fair compromise to Bestials. I personally would leave the Bestial Lubellion at 3, because this, like, 1 Magna, 1 Druid is very close to the Master Duel ban list, but, like, Lubellion is also limited. I personally don't have an issue with Lubellion. I think Lubellion can stay at 3. Like, the Bestial focus decks, I think it's okay to still have access to 4 Magnamoots, especially when you go first. I have a problem with Magnamoot and Druid's Worm as just, like, hand traps in every single deck, which I think is very, very oppressive for certain strategies. So, and this also just happens to hit Dragon Link, because they play 3 Magnamoots for very good reasons, right? And then, honestly, I've been thinking about Dragon Link this morning when I made this list, and I'm like, I don't hate Dragon Link. I like playing Dragon Link. I don't hate playing against Dragon Link. It feels like an okay deck to exist, right? I'm not against Dragon Link. But it's been forever, dude. The deck's been around forever. And I guess this is also subjective. It's kind of like, do you want to hit a deck that's not too powerful? Because I don't think it is too powerful. But I can also understand the people that say the deck has been, around for long enough. We should do something to it. And the only 2 cards I could think of that would make sense to hit would maybe be this feels too harsh to me. Right? Even as I'm doing it, it feels too harsh to me. But this is one thing I could think of. Is you could do that. I think I think this is too harsh. I think this is too harsh, but I just wanted to mention it. If they really want to, hit Dragon Link, they would need to do something like this. But I think that's not warranted. I don't think this is okay. People in chat did not take this well. People in chat did not take this well. I don't think this would be that unreasonable. I don't think this would be that unreasonable, by the way. You guys are overreacting. You guys are overreacting. Striker Dragon is an insane Yu-Gi-Oh card. Striker Dragon is an insane Yu-Gi-Oh card. I would not be surprised if this card would be banned, and I don't think anyone could actually complain about it. I don't think you could complain about it. As a compromise, when I thought of Striker Dragon, I was like, a lot of people are gonna freak out if they ban Striker Dragon. Maybe that's too much. I thought about hitting Quick Launch, because Quick Launch is not all. It's not only a consistency card. It's also just an amazing extender. Like, it's just a phenomenal card overall with very little drawback. I think Quick Launch could also be on the ban list somewhere. I don't know where exactly. Never banned, but like limited maybe. But I don't know, dude. I think limiting Quick Launch would be okay. All the Dragon Link enjoyers in chat. Honestly, you guys are lucky with the one Quick Launch. You know what I would do if this was my ban list? I would do this. I would actually do this. I am serious about this. It doesn't feel like it feels too harsh, but I would do it. I would do it. You know what? I think it's funnier this way. I'm gonna leave it this way. I'm gonna leave it this way. I'm leaving it this way. I don't care. I don't care. I'm doing it because there's gonna be insane amount of comments calling me slurs if I leave it like that. Because people are gonna skip to the end of the video just to see the end result, and they're gonna see Striker Dragon banned, and that's gonna force them to watch the entire video, right? That's why we're gonna do it. And ironically though, I don't think this would be unreasonable. I don't think this would be unreasonable. I think this is something that they could do. All right, moving on. Branded. This is something that I don't think we need to discuss this. This is not something we need to talk about, right? This is something we can just skip over real fast. Right? This should have happened a long time ago. Now let's talk about Branded Fusion. Let's talk about Branded Fusion. For all of you watching live right now, you guys have we've talked about this already before this recording. I'm a big fan of a lot of branded cards. But there's one branded card that I am not a big fan of, and that card is Branded Fusion. Not because I don't think it's a good card. I just don't like how the entire identity of Branded, even though they have a lot of phenomenal cards, the entire identity of Branded just revolves around resolving Branded Fusion. And I'm not a fan of that. I would love to see people play more like, you know, synchro branded, branded bestial type of decks, or like put other cards to work, because Branded has a lot of phenomenal cards and a lot of ways to play it, but they are just all slightly inferior to activate Branded Fusion, and if your opponent doesn't have Ash, you just win the game. And I'm not a fan of that dynamic. Now, one thing that you could do is semi-limit or limit Branded Fusion, which is honestly something that I think is probably realistic that they do something like this. The reason why I'm not a fan of it is because this has happened already, right? This has happened in Master Duel, this has happened in the OCG, and as it turns out, it doesn't really stop people from just playing Branded the same way, right? People still play the same deck and just less consistent. Right? They will play, you still have Aluber to search it, you still have Opening to search it. It's like, it's still pretty much the same deck, just slightly less consistent. So my idea would be something that's it's not gonna happen, all right? I'm just here to talk about it in theory, is I would like to see what would happen if they banned Branded Fusion and just made the deck revolve and just function in a different way. I think that would be very interesting. I think it would be very interesting. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it would be better if it did. I think it would be better if it happened. Branded as it is right now would die, but you could play other versions of Branded. For now, I'll happily take a limited Branded fusion though. I'll happily take a limited Branded fusion. I think something needs to happen about Branded. I think something needs to happen about Branded, and I don't know what you would do other than hit Branded fusion. Like, everything else just seems weird. Right? The thing about the one thing that is actually good about limiting Branded fusion is that when the majority of your Branded cards only get you to Branded fusion by searching it, it makes effect negation a lot stronger against Branded, right? You can now imperm the Aluber, and most of the time they are not going to be able to access Branded fusion, whereas like now very often they still have it. You know what I mean? So in this case, if Branded fusion was limited, negating the Aluber would be a much stronger play on average, right? Sometimes they're still gonna have the freaking Branded fusion and you're gonna mauled, but like that's just how it is with freaking limited cards. But that would be one benefit of limiting Branded fusion. So I'm just gonna settle for one. I'm gonna settle for one. Yeah. Okay, these next two candidates are something that I believe needs to be touched, not because the synchro decks are way too powerful, or like Manadium is way too strong, but I just don't like that this exists. The possibility of Crimson Dragon summoning out King Calamity is not something that I want around in the game, even if it's only part of like the 5th best deck or 6th best deck or whatever. And it's not even like people are even arguing whether it's optimal to play it or not. That's not what it's about. It's not about whether it's the best deck in the game or whether it's the best version of the deck that plays this card. It's just that this card should not exist, right? This interaction, skipping your opponent's turn, is not something that should be a thing, right? And even if it only happens 1 out of 20 matches or 1 out of 50 matches when you go to a tournament, it should never happen, right? It should just never happen. So they should just ban this card. They should just ban this card. There's still other very good targets with Crimson Dragon, and so Crimson Dragon could still be a problematic card. However, I don't think they would ban it so soon. But this card is something that I actually expect them to ban. I expect them to ban this card, and I would be very, very surprised and disappointed if they didn't. So yeah. Runic cards obviously can remain untouched. We don't really have to talk about it. The deck has suffered way more than enough by semi-limiting Runic Fountain. The ability to not put a 3rd fountain into my decks is incredibly painful. I sometimes wake up at night being in sweat because I cannot put a 2nd Runic Fountain into my deck. Okay, I'm joking. I'm joking! Runic needs to have something done to it. I think this should happen. I'm just trying to figure out in my head whether that's enough. You guys are obviously all gonna say no because you all hate Runic for no reason. Because y'all are not Giga Chads and Runic enjoyers. Yeah. I'll give you this, but I will not give you more than that. I will not give you more than that. I will not give you more than this. Can we do the other way around? I'm not even sure if the other way around is not better for Runic. This might be better for Runic if you do it this way around. I think 1 fountain, like with the popularity of Cosmic Cyclone, I think 1 fountain is genuinely a very, very strong hit to the deck. And it would make me, like, I would have to really consider twice before I bring a Runic deck with 1 fountain. Like, 1 fountain is super, super risky. in a format or in a game where almost any deck will side deck Cosmic Cyclone. Right? You also can't do the whole, like, activate fountain, activate the second fountain, Gary to bring back the first fountain. That is a play that you make very, very, you know, a very, very, constantly you make that play, right? It's a very strong play to loop the fountains. And if that's not possible, I think that, like, look, Tip is at 3 in the OCG, right? There's only one fountain at Worlds, and no one played Runic except Dinka Bui, because Dinka Bui is a Giga Chat like I am and always plays Runic. But no one else brought Runic to the World Championships, okay? And that was with only one Tip. No one played it. Even though every other deck was, like, severely hit, there was no Kashtira, nothing. Still, there was no Runic enjoyers, right? So I think this is even enough. I think this is even enough. Me giving you the second tip, the semi-limit tip, is even, like, generous of me, okay? We're not gonna elaborate further. We're not gonna elaborate further. We're also gonna ban all the cards that are in the plant deck. Or at least one of them. Okay, let's talk about Rika. Let's talk about Rika. Rika, in my mind, the Rika deck is very similar to what I said about the King Calamity. I do not think that the Rika deck is too powerful. Yes, it won the European Championship 2 years in a row, which is, I mean, that's a sign. But I don't think Rika as a whole, in terms of its win rate, is too oppressive. Right? It's not like a tier 0 deck that makes it impossible to play any other deck. But the deck is a top meta contender, for sure. You can't argue with that. The deck is a top meta contender. And the deck's main focus, when it goes first, is to win the game instantly. It's a pseudo FTK deck. And I personally think that is not a very enjoyable thing to have in the game as like a top meta contender. Even if it is only the third most, fourth most, fifth best deck, doesn't really matter. There should be something done about it. And that is why I have these 3 cards here. Now, the thing is, I actually don't hate the Rika deck. When I say Rika, I mean the Rika cards, right? Not the Sun Avalon cards. I think the toxic part of the deck is the Sun Avalon combo. The Rika cards, I think, are phenomenal design even. Like, the Rika cards are one of my favorite designs of recent years even. You know, they're not like top 1, but they're definitely up there. The Rika cards are very cool. They have a lot of very unique interaction. Like, tributing your opponent's cards is very strong, but it's a very cool way of interacting. I think it's a very fun, grindy deck. What blows it out of proportion is the Sun Avalon combo that you just get alongside it, right? The fact that you just start with the freaking vanilla and you play for 10 minutes and you end up on full Sun Avalon plus full Rika combo plus an Omni Negate from Regulus and shit like that. It's just that's not enjoyable, right? So I think something needs to be done about the core Sun Avalon combo. Leave the Rika cards alone. Leave all the Rika cards alone. They're all fine, but do something about these cards. Now, I don't know exactly what would happen if you, like, people have been saying, yeah, just limit the Dryas, right? And I'm like, I'm not sure how much that does. Is that enough? Is that enough? Is it enough to limit one of those cards? Or do we just ban one and call it a day? Right? Because I'm pretty sure one Jasmine is not enough. You can probably still come up with a crazy combo with one Jasmine. I don't think that's enough. You could ban Jasmine. I'd be down for that. The thing is, we have to juggle the copium and reality here, right? Because let's be clear, banning any one of those cards would do it, right? Banning Jasmine would do it. Banning Dryas would do it. Banning Loci would do it, right? But are they gonna ban a plant card? Are they gonna ban a plant card is what I'm asking. And I'm not sure. Right? Would they really go as far as banning one of those cards? And I am not sure about it. But the question is, if they don't ban one of those, what else do they do? You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Because this is the easiest way I can think of it. I like if they're not that's what I would do. That's what I would do. That's why we're gonna do it right now. Like this is what I would do. I would ban Jasmine. Jasmine has done nothing but enable plant FTKs, floodgates, or unbreakable boards. Yeah, you're right. I think this card deserves to be banned. It's just the question is how realistic is it? But I'm just gonna stick with the copium. And this is, I think, all I would do to touch the current meta decks, right? We have a couple more cards to talk about, but this is all my hits to current meta decks. And this is a lot of hits. I realize that. It's a lot of changes. Most likely not all of them are going to happen, but this is more like a discussion on what they should do rather than what they will definitely do. I think a decent portion of these hits are realistic though. I think a decent bit of those could happen. And now let's talk about some very generically powerful cards that have been talked about a lot before, and we're going to say the same things that we've always been saying. Prosperity is a card that should absolutely be on the ban list. I like Magnamut, I expected this to happen a long time ago. This card just makes all kinds of decks way too consistent. It makes you able to find all your side deck cards way too consistent. You go second, you find the board breakers. You go first, you find the floodgates. You bricked, you find the consistency card. You get hand trapped, you find the extender. This card is just way too powerful. This card is just way too powerful. I would argue this card could be banned at some point. But I think this card deserves to be at least limited. Talents is one of the most popular staples. Talents is one of the most popular staples. I don't hate Talents though. I don't hate Talents enough to put it on the ban list, I think. I think I'm okay with Talents being at 3. Yeah. Another reason being, very often when I personally have been playing Talents, it's been playing 2 or 1 Talents. Like it's a card that I haven't even been playing at 3 that often because it is a very high risk, high reward kind of card because it does end up being dead a good amount when you go first, when you just don't get hand trapped or you get impermed. And so I found myself very often just playing 1 or 2 Talents, maybe as thrust target somewhere. And yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't feel like limiting or semi-limiting it would change that much because people are playing 1 or 2 Talents a lot anyways. So this is what I propose to address some general issues with the format and also Labyrinth a little bit. This is like a side tackle to Labyrinth, but mainly just probably the 2 most sided cards for going first in the format that ruin the most games after siding. Look, I generally love the idea of a side deck, right? I like the side deck as a concept, but the fact that these days so many games after siding are just decided by a card like Eradicator, a card like D-Barrier, some other cards we're going to talk about, it just defeats the purpose of the side deck. The side deck is supposed to be there so you can slightly adjust your deck for its problematic matchups or take out a couple cards that are not as good in the matchup against cards that are better in the matchup. It's not there to just, oh, I know I'm going first so I can side this card that will always win me the game when I go first. I just hate that it is that these days. I just don't like that. I don't agree with it. These cards should be banned. Are they going to ban freaking 15 cards in one ban list? Probably not. 99% sure they're not going to do that. I'm still going to be here and say that they should do it because that's the truth. I'm not going to hold back the truth only because they're not willing to ban this many cards. But they should. They should really do that. I'm just hoping that a subset of those cards gets hit eventually. The exact same thing is true, by the way, about Peekaboo, Anti-Spell, and Skill Drain. Probably the 3 most popular floodgates right now. In order of magnitude, anti-spell by far the biggest problem. Skill drain second, Tikaboo third, but all 3 incredibly busted. Honestly, I would even be happy if they limited them or semi-limited them. I know it's not correct to limit those cards so they draw them sometimes, not all the time. But dude, I'd rather play against 1 skill drain than 3 skill drains. I'd rather play against 1 Tikaboo than 3 Tikaboo, right? So I would just ban them, but if you're not willing to ban them, at least limit them or semi-limit them. Just any less of them the less the better, right? The less the better. So like, okay, if you think floodgates are necessary in Yu-Gi-Oh for whatever reason, then sure, limit them. I'm not even telling you to ban them, just limit them. I'm happy with that. Shifter and Droll Lockbird are the other 2 cards that I want to talk about. They are incredibly popular right now. I personally think that Droll Lockbird will not get hit. And I think, honestly, that's okay. Hear me out. I'm okay with Droll Lockbird staying at 3. I don't like the card. I do not like Droll Lockbird, but I think Droll Lockbird is more than a symptom. It's more like a symptom than the actual problem. Right? Like the formats where people play Droll Lockbird, it's usually only because some other decks do some toxic shit. Do you get what I mean? It's like, yes, the card is stupid and it's a lingering floodgate, but it's more so like in healthy formats, people don't even look at Droll. Like if a format is healthy, no one cares about Droll. Droll does not see play in healthy formats. And that's why I think it's okay for Droll to just be unlimited. For Shifter, on the other hand, the reason why I don't like Shifter is because Shifter has so many more issues than Droll. The main problem is that Shifter only works in a couple decks. Droll Lockbird, if a format has a lot of decks that search way too much or whatever, draw way too much, pretty much any deck can play Droll. Shifter is something that only very few decks get access to. Which in a way makes it less of a problem because not every deck can have it, but it also makes it so it just like sometimes hits you so unexpected. Like you're right now everyone is preparing for Droll, right? Because everyone is playing Droll in this format. So it's like reasonable to prepare for Droll. Shifter is only in 1 or 2 decks, so not everyone is preparing for Shifter. You're not automatically not playing a graveyard deck because of Shifter. You're not, yeah. So I think Shifter should also be somewhere on the ban list. Are they going to ban it? Probably not, but I'm happier with 1 or 2 Shifter than I am with 3. That's something I noticed when playing Master Duel Worlds, by the way, and preparing for Master Duel Worlds. I normally am never a fan of putting cards like Skill Drain, Tikaboo, Anti-Spell, Shifter at 1 or 2. Because in my opinion, in my personal opinion, these cards should either be at 3 or at 0 because a card is either okay or not okay. Right? That is the logic. But playing Master Duel, it turns out it's still way more fun to play against 2 Shifter than 3. Right? So technically, yes, the card should be banned. But still, less is better. So if they don't want to ban it, at least do something about it. Right? I think this is, unironically, a compromise to the community because everyone is complaining about these cards, right? And a lot of, like, okay, not everyone is complaining, but a majority of the community is complaining about it, but some people enjoy playing Floodgates, some people enjoy playing Shifter, sure. Okay, then don't ban them, but let's meet in the middle somewhere. Let's meet at 1 or 2. There's no reason to have them at 3. Right? There's no reason that they should be at 3. When like the majority of the community doesn't enjoy playing against them, they should not be at 3, I think. Okay. And this is how I would save the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! But let's talk about some cards that are currently on the ban list that I think could come off the ban list. I think Orchist Harp Horror is the perfect card to limit. I've been saying that in some past discussions. I have no idea. I have no idea why this card is still banned. I have also no idea why Gazelle is still limited. I think this is the perfect timing to bring back Gazelle because they just got support. Like if there's ever a point in time where people are willing to take out their Salamangreat decks again and play with the deck, it's now. Right now, we just got good Salamangreat support. And if this card is at 2 or 3, people will actually consider playing it. Right? If Gazelle goes back to 2 or 3, you will catch me here on stream playing Salamangreat like the day after the ban list. Literally, I'm trying it, right? And that's why I think it's a phenomenal timing to put this card back. If they don't want to bring it back to 3 immediately, I'd even be happy with 2. Hey, look, you'll notice I'm willing to compromise today. Hey, I'm not putting the floodgates in the ban section. I'm not putting Gazelle at 3. I'm willing to go for compromises, okay? I'm compromising. Give me 2. I'm happy with 2. I'll take what I can get. They should unban Pankratops. There's no way I'm the only one thinking that. Right? Please tell me I'm not the only one that wants 3 Pankratops. Chat. This card should be at 3. This card is at 3 in some other formats and not seeing play. For example, Master Duel. Master Duel doesn't have a side deck, but still. Like, the thing is, there's no way people have an issue with like people... People will literally be like, hey, yo, don't touch my skill drain. I need to side in my skill drain when I go first so I have a chance. And then have a problem with people siding triple Pankratops for going second. You are insane. People are literally throwing evenly Dark Ruler into their decks when they go second, and you have an issue with Pankratops. There's no shot you guys are real people. There's no shot people are real saying like, yeah, there should be evenly Dark Ruler to beat the combo decks, but I have a problem with Pankratops because it pops my skill drain. There's no way. It's just not, it's not real human behavior. That is NPC behavior. I'm gonna tell you that. Okay. Pankratops should be at 3. I can also be trusted with the Dragon Rulers. They brought back some amount of Dragon Rulers already. They didn't do shit. I want all of them. I want all of them. You gave us back Spellbook of Judgment. It didn't do shit. Dude, it's not 2013 anymore. Give me back the Dragon Rulers. I can be trusted with all of them. No one is gonna use them for like stupid stuff. No one is gonna go title. What are you pitching with title, chat? What are you pitching with title? Why is Redox so? Why are people complaining about Redox? What the hell are you doing with Redox? You're going Enchantress is what you're saying. Oh my god, yeah, you're gonna go title to pitch Enchantress. Oh yes, title and another water monster to pitch Enchantress is gonna freaking break the game where you can already play freaking 7 copies of Enchantress. You guys are not real. Title to send Rhinoheart. Oh my god, Chad. Come on, what water are you gonna discard? Next, you're telling me, dude, I'm playing freaking Mosquito going second OTK. I'm gonna go title, discard Nimble Angler, send another Nimble Angler, trigger both Nimble Anglers, summon freaking 3 Nimble Sunfishes from my deck, and then kill you with freaking Mosquito. That's what I'm gonna do with title. Surely. Nimble Sunfish back at it again, dude. No. The cards are not that abusable anymore. They're just not that abusable anymore. Dragon Rulers are fine. You guys are coping. You guys are mad coping if you think you can do insane stuff with the Dragon Rulers. They're just not doing that anymore. They're either... The thing is, they can only do 1 effect per turn. They either give you a level 7 extender that is very, very conditional, right? Having to banish 2 cards from the grave to get an extender is something that 1,000 other cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Do, and none of them are seeing play. They give you a mediocre discard effect, right? Because it's super, super conditional as well. Having to draw them together with another card from the same attribute is not that easy. And freaking, like, reborning a monster is not that good. Destroying a card on the field is not that good. Searching a dragon is, like, fine, but, like, which wind deck wants to search a dragon? Like, freaking people are gonna play Dragoonity or what? And freaking Tidal, like I said, there's nothing crazy you can do with Tidal, because you need to draw it together with another water monster to do what? People don't even play Foolish in, like, Nimble decks. So, friggin' give us back the Dragon Rulers. Okay. Someone will break Tidal? Look, let him break Tidal. Let him break Tidal. We have other cards in the game that are far more problematic than Tidal. You have to discard a water monster for Tidal. That's what's holding it back. That is what's holding it back. You have to discard a water monster for Tidal. And this is the list that saves Yu-Gi-Oh! And yes, I'm taking out the Striker Dragon. The Striker Dragon does not need to be banned. I'm sorry for the jump scare dragon enjoyers. I personally don't think it needs to be banned. And now it's a good list. Now it's a good list. Hold up, let me... Whoop. This is the list that saves Yu-Gi-Oh! The good timeline. Alright. For everyone watching on YouTube, let me know how stupid I am. Let me know how terrible my logic is. Of like, tell me right now why I'm a complete idiot for wanting Eradicator Epidemic Virus banned. Anyways, I believe this would be a good list, and I would be very excited to play in this environment. Thank you for watching, and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you next time. Peace. Sorry, I was out buying pitchforks and torches to raid Josh for banning Striker. What happened? I put Striker back to don't touch. Don't worry. Don't worry. But realistically, okay, Nesh. Seriously, what would you do about Dragon Link? Just nothing? Would you really just do nothing about Dragon Link? One Magna is enough. Limiting Seyfert. The thing is, Seyfert, there's no way Seyfert is the broken part. There's no way Seyfert is the broken part about this deck. Limiting Chaos Space, maybe. What about Chaos Space? Ban Spheres? What the hell does ban Spheres do? They don't even end on Spheres. They still have the Boral end lines. They should. The thing is, banning Seals, I don't like it because Seals is one of the most interactive and most fun cards about Dragon Link. Like, I just don't like that. I just don't like that. Like, anyone ending on Sphere's Pass is a win in my book. I think Chaos Space could be something, but like I don't think they want to hit Chaos Space right now. Also, Toshino, thank you for the gifts up. Nim, thank you for the 9 months. Big fan as well. Leo, thank you for the 4. And Greet to Lead, thank you for the 11. Everyone thank you for the support during the recording. I just didn't want to interrupt the video for the subs. But thank you. I saw all of you. And Luke Tyler, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Can we have Meow Moo, Simorg, and Drident back? Drident, I'd be down. Like, the thing is, there is more cards on the ban list that could come off that I just didn't include because I simply think like, it's not really worth a discussion. Like, a lot of the cards on the ban list could come off. And I think Konami knows that. I think they are just waiting. I don't know what exactly they're waiting for, but it's just arbitrary to guess the timing at which they're going to unban Harp Horror, because at some point it's going to happen, right? At some point, the day will come where they unban Harp Horror, and we are just all out here. Everyone agrees that the card could come back, but we are just guessing when it happens, right? And eventually it will. But, I don't know. Meowmoo, I'm going to give you a hard no on that. I'm going to give you a hard no on Meowmoo. I don't want Meowmoo to come back. But Trident, sure. Halqifibrax, okay. When I said a lot of cards can come off the ban list, I did not mean Halqifibrax. There's also some cards on the ban list that can never come back, pretty much, no matter what happens. And I think Halqifibrax is one of those. You know? Bring back Link Cross. God damn it, dude. Like, there's a couple cards. Hold up. There's cards on this freaking ban list that can never come back. Protoss should never come back. Scythe should never come back. Barrier Statue should never come back. Blackwing Gofu should never come back. Block Dragon should never come back. Cyberstein should never come back. Dandelion should never come back. Okay, I should read the cards that could come back. Eclipse Wyvern is like a card that eventually maybe it could, right? There's a big difference between Eclipse Wyvern and Dandelion, for example. But like Eclipse Wyvern, I could see a world where eventually that card comes back. Glow Up Bulb can theoretically come back at some point. Fairy Tail Snow, even though it's completely busted, and I hope it never does, but like it can exist. Kirin could theoretically come back. Masterpiece, I hate to say it, but it could theoretically come back at some point. I'm not saying it should. But it could. Harp Horror, obviously. Plushfire. Redox. Please. Take back the freaking Substitute. I don't want it. I don't want the Substitute. Give me back Ronin Toden. It was the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. Anyways, the point is, there's a lot of cards on here that could come back, but there's also a lot of cards here that I wish to never come back. Never, ever, ever. And one of them is Christian Halqifibrax. Almost all the links, honestly. Is there a link on here that I want back? Well, Sprite Elf, because it's based, but it's way too powerful. No. Honestly, I think all the link monsters can stay where they are. Also, the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is 20 years old. 25. And link monsters have only existed for like 5? And they already are the most banned type of cards. Extra deck cards on the ban list. XYZs are close though. Wait, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay, it's more. I was spitting facts without fact checking first. It would be so funny. It would be actual comedy if they did ban Sunseed Genius Loci. So when looking at the Forbidden and Limited list, you just look at so many completely busted cards, right? And then you just see one freaking vanilla in the middle. I think just for that, it'd be worth it. It'd be peak comedy. It'd be so sick. You just scroll down this list, like you go like orange, and then there's freaking vanillas, right? Like here. Oh no, it would be the first card on the list, right? It'd be the first card based on this sorting. It'd be the very first card. If you look at the Forbidden and Limited section, it would be a freaking vanilla, and then it would be followed up by Arch Nemesis Protoss. They would be next to each other. I think that'd be funny. Grow USA, thank you for the 9 months. I also just realized I didn't really touch any Tearlament cards. And I also didn't touch the Ishizu cards. Do you think Tearlament would be a problem with this ban list again? Especially since I limited the Bystials? It could be. It could be. Well, I mean, okay. I guess it could be strong, but I don't know if I would call it a problem. Because honestly, the current iteration of Tearlament without the Chaos Ruler, it's probably not a problem. I would hit Cash harder. Really? Okay, what does Cash do without a Rise Heart, Nesh? Why are we scared of Cash? Like, because if you use any of your good cards, like, if you use Rizehard or Theosis, you're locked into XYZ, and the rank 7 XYZ toolbox for going first is just not that good, right? Ending Fenrir Birth Unicorn kills most of the decks, and it was made by Jesse Cotton very often. I don't know if I agree that ending on Fenrir Unicorn Birth kills decks and is a problem. I think if my opponent starts with... If you tell me your opponent goes first Fenrir Unicorn Birth every time, I think I take it. I think I take it. Like, okay... I'm not saying it's guaranteed dead if you ban a Rizehard, but I don't think it needs to be completely dead. As long as it's just that, I think it's fine. Also, I did semi-limit Fenrir too, right? It's like, it's 2 Unicorn, 2 Fenrir now. Right? But, yeah. I'll say it this way. It'd be a risk I would be willing to take. It'd be a risk that I would be willing to take. As long as we get a ban a Rizehard semi-limit Fenrir, I'd be okay with it. If anything, I would consider hitting the field spell because the field spell is busted, but it's just a consistency hit, which I'm not a big fan of, but yeah. Terraforming ban, maybe. I think debating a terraforming ban is kind of pointless because it's been done 1,000 times before. And it just seems like whoever is responsible for the TCG ban list, it's probably a couple people, but they seem to agree that certain searchers, like very generic searching spells, should just be limited, right? That seems like something they have agreed on a long time ago, right? With Rhoda and Terraforming, those cards went to 1 eventually, and they've been there forever, and I don't think it's going to change. Unless the people behind the ban list change. Master Duel Bandit, yes, but you have to realize that I think that well, I don't know the exact insides of Konami, but I think the people that make the Master Duel ban list are different people than the ones that make the TCG ban list. All right. Hero Pawn, thank you for the tier 1. Honey DFM, thank you for the Prime. Shimmer Scanner, thank you for the 10 months. And Omid Fox, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. What perfect information did you have in the sound alert for your sub notification? Oh, that's a good question. I don't exactly know what YCS that's from. I think it's from YCS Madrid. Where I won with Shadal's. I think it's one of those feature matches. I don't know exactly which one though. Master Duel can't ban new cards, but they need to nerf the best decks. Well, you see, the ban list, no matter which game you play, whether it's TCG, Master Duel, OCG, the ban list, while the idea of the ban list theoretically is to balance out the game, it's not only that every time. You have to realize that it's still, there's a company behind it that's trying to make money. So very often the ban list is also used as a tool to sell product. Or in the case of Master Duel, it works slightly differently because what they don't want to do is hit too many ultra rares, right? Master Duel is they are kind of in this weird spot where they want to make the really good cards ultra rares, right? They want to make the good cards ultra rares. That way people spend a little bit more money on getting them, right? You know, because it's easier to get super rares than ultra rares. So they want to make the really strong cards ultras. But when they make a ban list, they don't really want to ban the ultra rares, because when they ban ultra rares, first of all, it makes them look kind of bad. Like, people don't like it when they spend a lot of money for a Master Duel deck and then it gets banned and then they can't use it anymore. As well as they will get back all of those ultra rare crafting points, right? So, because you get extra crafting points back in Master Duel when you get rid of an ultra rare. That's, for example, I am like very, very sure that that's the reason why Agido got banned in Master Duel, because that's a super rare. Agido is not better than Kelbeck. Kelbeck is the one that should be banned. They all should be banned, but if you ban one Ishizu cards, it's Kelbeck or Keldo. And those are both ultra rare, right? And because if they ban Kelbeck, everyone gets back more ultra rare CP, they decided to ban Agido. In the TCG, it's not exactly the same, right? It's not exactly the same, but I'm partially convinced that that's the reason why Kashtira was around for so long, right? Because that deck was expensive when it first came out, and they don't really want people to have the experience of, I spent $400 for a Kashtira core and then I could only play it for a month. That is something that heavily, you know, discourages people from playing a deck, right? Or from playing the game in general, right? From investing, from buying cards, from keeping the economy of the game intact, right? I think that's why we had Kashtira for a relatively long time, because the deck definitely was around longer than it needed to be. I'm pretty sure they knew when they limited a Rise-Art and semi-limited Unicorn that was not going to kill the deck, right? Pearly experience? Well, yes, on the one hand, you're right mentioning Pearly as a different example, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure they made the Pearly cards commons in the set, in the main set. They made the Pearly cards commons because they knew they were going to hit them. The same is true for Super Heavy Samurai. The Super Heavy Samurai cards were also very low rarity because I'm pretty sure they planned to hit them immediately. They didn't want people to buy freaking Vakaushis as a secret rare for $70 just for then to then ban the Link 1, right? So when you talk about the ban list, or when you think about the ban list, you also have to factor in these kind of things. Yeah. Kashtira Gate kept so many new decks though, it would make sense to kill it off now. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Kashtira, even though it was around for a very long time, I think now it's time. Right? Now it's time. I'm hearing Maxi should have been super rare in Master Duel. Yeah, essentially, right? What if Maxi was a super rare? Would they already have banned it? I don't think it has anything to do with that right now. I don't think the Maxi situation in Master Duel has anything to do with that right now. I think there is a chance, though. I think there is a realistic chance that they will ban Maxi at some point in Master Duel. I think they do realize that this like 90% play rate thingy does not shine a very good light on the game when it comes to Maxi. But I think they are aware. They are aware that they need to do a lot of stuff. They need to do a lot of things before they ban Maxi. And maybe this recent ban list was the first step in that direction. But that's all massive copium. That is all massive copium. Bombo Madame, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. That is all very, very future, you know, a very, very future oriented copium. But yeah. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today. Let me see where I send you guys to. Oh, MBT is already live. Okay, I can send you guys to MBT. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I certainly enjoyed it. I enjoyed a little bit of a return to the TCG, looking at Duelist Nexus Format. I hope you did too. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for following. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for joining the Discord. All the good stuff. I hope it's not too hot wherever you are, so that the rest of your day is enjoyable. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. See you. Peace.